everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a 3 times a week. a trace weekly campaign held in the wonderful and homebrew world of Imea. Today we are sitting with the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody look at the camera and say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
As we are hanging out in just chilling and relaxing in Celeste. Just a wonderful beach town. Yeah.
Making trouble in the neighborhood.
Shirts are optional.
Yeah. Shirts are definitely optional in Celeste. Everything's just groovy, and you guys are just bringing your own stuff. For now, at least. Let's dive into the recap, which I believe Mitch is doing. So Mitch, please take it away.
So last week we kind of started with Io jumping out the window and chasing his book down the beach with Nalani and Siobhan in hot pursuit. Yori was playing ball with a bunch of kids, enjoying for once being a child, and saw them and decided to join them. The book came to what we learned to be its former master, and there was some tense moments between Io and the owner, which I forget his name, please.
Midas.
Midas, and then a fight erupted. Midas ended up being killed, and that led to an interesting conflict between Siobhan, Io, and Nalani, which ended in Siobhan rapidly leaving the scene, going back to the bar, and the town constable arriving on the scene, and Yori talking us out of it and saving the day. We all then headed back to the bar prior to Io, Yori, and Nalani arriving at the bar. Kiki, Clinton, and Gwen were talking to Dahlia, and no? Clinton's nodding no.
Daphne,
thank you. Daphne, and ended up following her to her mother's house, who owns a shop, and possible romantic interest for Clinton. They get there. Clinton falls in love with the workshop, tools everywhere, and immediately goes into tinkering and building. Siobhan, understandably shaken up by what transpired on the beach, is consuming all the alcohol in sight, and actually she somehow assisted Alistair in a meaningful way. Fairly soon the rest of the party arrived at the shop, and Yori went in and was found to be a very adequate metal worker and seemed to enjoy his time with Clinton building stuff. And let's see. Once some items were made, we left that shop and headed down the road to a very unique building, which I cannot remember the name of the shop, Joe.
Brucelli.
The Humble Branch.
A Humble Branch. And that kind of finds our adventurers. There's to kind of set the scene, Siobhan and Nalani are kind of eyeing each other uncomfortably and warily, and Clinton and Gwen are kind of a little euphoric with this building. Io is kind of in between on all of it, and Yori is behaving as his very adult 14-and-a-half-year-old self.
Okay, sorry. Time out.
No, you're good. Go for
Two
it.
things. Amazing. You got most everything except for you just completely drove right past the fact that you pointed an arrow at Siobhan. You just made
I
it
said there
seem
was
like she.
conflict
Yeah.
on the beach.
He did mention conflict on the beach.
Yeah.
He did say
Which
that.
sounded like an argument because then she was still frustrated when she was at the bar.
There was a heated dispute that went from 0 to 60 in a very fast way.
Correct.
And I think the only other thing that I caught was just that Yori never got to play with those kids on the beach.
You didn't.
Mm.
It's kind of on my way over there, and then something.
Yeah.
I missed that. I thought he was playing with them when he saw us. So
No, that was
makes
that
it
was the-
sadder.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, it does. It very much does.
It makes him 10 times
gee.
sadder.
And that's my whole reason for existing. No.
We
Anyways,
need to find a
this-
daycare to put him in one day.
Well, Siobhan will probably have some words about that. Not giving anything away. All right, here we go. So let's dive straight in. So kind of jumping back a little bit. You all are making your way to the area of the Humble Branch, assisted by Daphne and her mother, Sabella. Her mother is human, looks very human, black hair, very like pale skin, which is odd for the place that she resides. But the Daphne herself is clearly shows some definitely at least half water genasi. Yeah. So this is, I guess, I'm just reminding the viewers, but also you guys. So as you all kind of come forward, you see a. If I recall correctly, I believe one of them said that it looks like it's not here, and then it just poofed into place. And I made a sound effect, but I will say also that there actually was no sound. It just appeared. The sound that you do hear, along with the kind of crashing waves, as it is very close to the beach, is the sort of sound of the door opening, and standing before you is a very tall, we'll have a whole description in a second, but a very tall satyr named Brucelli. Brucelli invites you in, assuming you all start to walk in. I would like...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, I think we all had rushed in.
You got it. Cool. I would like perception checks from everyone, as I will give a general idea of what you see, and then with those perception checks, they'll give you the ability to be able to decide on what specifically you are looking for.
I told you my dice are cursed.
What'd you get?
A nat 1.
That one.
Do that one.
Or 4.
Awesome.
Wow. We're doing
guys.
Actually, I'm sorry, mine's a 2. I rolled a 4 on the dice, so sorry, mine's actually a 2.
Mine's a 4 with the nat 1. So
Okay. Wow. Okay. So you guys try to open the door, or you try to walk through the door, and you just crash through the window, I think.
It's a
Yeah,
push.
that is-
guys. Push.
Gwen is
That
too
is
busy
some-
taking in everything about this woman to notice anything about the
Sure.
story.
Yeah, we could do that. That's a good way out. Thank you for that. Thank you for that life raft. As I'm looking at some of these, I'm like, I don't know. You have
Yvonne's
to see
drunk.
something. Yeah.
Sean's drunk.
Immediately regretting asking for the perception check. As you guys walk in,
I got a 19.
That's true. Some of you did okay.
The guy that sees magic can see everything.
Yes, yes. You do also have abilities that make some of these things probably a little easier to handle. So, as you all walk through the door, there is a couple of things that you notice immediately. Let's actually do this. Let's get. Well, we don't need a marching order. Who do we think is first?
Gwen,
Great,
100%.
got it. Awesome. So, Gwen, as you're walking in.
Oh, actually, maybe Yori. I don't know. How excited is Yori for a cool shop?
No, I think there's a lot that's happened. I feel like Yori's more towards the back. Plus, you got Fenrir, and so I'm not
That's
sure
true.
how the shop is gonna feel about animals, but I think they're gonna come in the back to make sure everybody's kind of in front and hide a little bit.
The satyr
Absolutely.
probably has a problem with animal fur, yes.
Plus,
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't.
Fey creature, so he's probably a little bit on guard.
Yeah.
That's true.
So, Gwen, you said you were interested in actually like focusing on Brucelli, right?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. She's way more
Yeah.
about people than she is about anything else.
Absolutely. So I will say for this, we know your perception check,
Yes.
but I'd say investigation or insight, maybe.
I will definitely take investigation if you'll allow it.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Okay. 21.
Cool. So I don't need to have your character sheets up. Good lord. With a 21, and this is actually pretty much apparent for everybody. So I will say this. This is what you. Let's do this. This is what you all see from Brucelli and the scene around you. But we will start. We'll start with Brucelli, which I had her up and I lost her. Sorry, one second. So, looking at this figure, it is clear that she is a satyr, or is of that heritage for sure. The tricky, like the odd thing I think about her that is hard to not like really just pay attention to, is that she has a look that looks, I think for Alistair especially, has like almost a lich look about her. Gwen, when you're looking at her, you can tell that this creature looks like is kind of actually, yeah, especially as a someone who excavates things from time to time. I would imagine that there's most likely, like, Gwen, you've probably dug up like sarcophaguses.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've had a look of some sort of form of like mummification from things, right?
Yep.
Brucelli has this look, as if some sort of version of you almost want to say undead, but it's really just you. I'd say with your you're doing investigation, so that wouldn't really apply to this. But what did you get on your investigation again?
It was a 21.
21. Okay. With a 21, yeah, the skin itself, everything about Brucelli has the look of a creature that has lived as long as someone would at the space where you would have seen them from like the end of a mummification process. That makes sense. Looking at Brucelli, you see like this gray, sagging skin over this. You can see the bones of this like humanoid sort of skull, kind of like pushing through. You see her nose has just a very like kind of like almost like a button like sort of look to it. You see the horns themselves have kind of actually scattered and become sort of misshapen, and the horns definitely look more like bone. Uh, she does have a full head of hair. She has this white hair that kind of comes down past her shoulders. It looks very wiry, very grandmotherly. Um, uh, and then I think one of the most distinguishing feature that you see about Brucelli, besides her, like kind of like almost like a lopsided sort of smile, um, she has a kind of like a dark blue eye, and then a very bright yellow eye. So yeah, so I think that's what you see with a 21. The way she carries herself is it makes sense to what her possible age is if there is a number. She has kind of a hunch over, but she's also extremely tall, especially for a satyr. She's probably sitting. I can't remember what I said before, but I'd say she's probably about maybe. I said 7 feet. Yeah, yeah, like pretty dang close. I'd say somewhere between 6'10" to 7 feet tall. And this shop, ironically, is not really built for that height. She actually is almost always kind of hovering over, and has that like hunch where her head is almost always down. With the shop itself, actually, we can kind of move that as we go along, because I feel like that's a lot of information all up front. So we'll say Gwen, you can kind of start in with this. Brucelli kind of looks you up and down. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the humble branch.
I'm very excited to be here.
That's good. Excitement is good. Is there something specific you're looking for?
Well, I was looking for some place that might have spell components. I don't know what my friends have in mind. I'm happy to just look around too.
You got it. She actually starts to move behind the desk right after she asks the question. So like as you're answering her, she kind of like maneuvers herself behind this somewhat sort of countertop thing, but it's also just piles and piles of these scattered sort of remnants. Some things are in jars and some things aren't, but like just materials, components essentially. As you're talking to her, you see her pull out this very large tome. You see as she kind of like picks it up and like kind of slams it on the table, there's a huge, just heavy thud, and you see dust just kind of push out from the desk and go out in all directions as she is looking at it. And she opens the page, and I would say she seems to hear what you're saying, but she says, "What is your name?"
My name is Gwen. Gwen Bedea.
Thank you. Looks down at the book for a minute. All right. Good. Kind of shuts it with a heavy thump. I was just making sure there wasn't anything that was looking for you.
Oh, that's Did you find anything? That would be kind of cool.
Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Plus 8. Ooh. 14. 23.
23? Okay.
Yep.
as you kind of like lean in, it's pretty tricky because I believe Gwen. How tall is Gwen?
She's only 5'2".
Yeah. So I think your leaning in is actually like tiptoeing
Like
up.
tiptoeing up. Yeah, that makes total sense.
But I will say that she kind of like leans forward in to kind of like meet your gaze and kind of gets a little too close for the average person. I don't know about Gwen. And she goes, I'm not supposed to say.
I'm very good at keeping secrets.
And here's your first secret. No.
It's probably good.
There's nothing looking for you.
Probably good.
And then we'll say for the second of this, you're asking for spell components. So I'd say that this is kind of probably in the conversation of that. That's something that we'll say that the role play kind of just naturally goes into. Cool. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Io, when you walk in, one of the things that you notice about this shop is it's very much designed. It's certainly not designed in any sort of like customer like value sort of thing. It's very much a workshop that you can tell is also probably a living quarters. You see their stairs going up. It definitely has the old rickety cabin feel. I would say there's a part of you that like there's kind of a cold chill maybe that kind of just comes up your back as you probably have read stories about like the like typical sort of fairy tales of like hag huts and things like that. As you walk in here, you definitely get that feeling as you feel. Are you still not wearing any shoes?
Yeah, I'm still barefoot.
You feel your feet. I say you feel like your feet are kind of like it's essentially almost ice like on the ground. Looking down, you see it's just normal floorboards, like torn up and not well taken care of, but it feels that amount of cold. Let's see. We'll say, as I'm trying to think of how to kind of describe stuff. Anything? Is there anything specific that Aya would be doing?
First thing he'd acknowledge how cold it is in here. It's like, excuse me, ma'am. How do you manage to keep it so cold in here?
She looks up at you as say in the middle of a conversation with Gwen, kind of like peers her head behind yours, or peers her head behind Gwen and looks at you. What's your name?
I go by Io Duval.
That's not what I asked. What's your name?
Io Duval.
Opens the book back up, kind of looks through it. It's kind of like putting a finger down as if looking at a list.
What, do we have to have an appointment or something?
Give me your arm.
Doesn't matter which one, right, left.
You know which one.
All right. He hands over the bandaged arm, or cautiously.
She is in the process of unwrapping your bandages. If you let her.
You might not know. You might not like what you're about to see, but I kind of keep that wrapped for y'all's benefit.
Are you saying that more to them or to her?
I'm saying it to her, but I'm saying it loud enough for people to
Sure.
hear.
I have seen things that will twist your head around on the spot. She continues to kind of unwrap. As she's doing this, I think there's probably like a nervous energy in the air with this, and you actually notice I say you as you're like looking around to try to kind of be like trying to kind of like set yourself in the awkwardness of having to be shown or having to be seen with this. Looking around, you see there are a significant amount of candles that are around here. The space itself is about, I'd say roughly 40 by 40 feet. So it's, with you guys, it's a little cramped, but not. I'd say it's probably just above being uncomfortably cramped, honestly. But looking around at the candles themselves, you recognize in this moment, as you know what the color of fire is supposed to be. That's a kind of a blanket thing. You notice that it itself seems to be paler, as if the like saturation of this just is pulled down. And from that reference point, you start to look around the room and see that everything is very gray, even things that shouldn't be. Looking at some of your friends, you notice that even them seem to be almost in a state of, if you didn't know better, you would assume that at least Alistair is got to be sick or something, or sicker than normal. Yeah, there's a whole space in here that I would say with a 15, you know that this house appeared on its own. And there's a possibility that you guys are not necessarily on the material plane. You're not sure. But the design around this seems odd in a way that represents an environment that doesn't make sense on a material level. As she's unwrapping, I think we're gonna skip Yori. I feel like Yori's in the back.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, kind of as this is happening, I think Yori is taking the pieces of his armor out from Fenrir and kind of glancing up at what's happening and kind of cautiously kind of putting on the pieces while other people are doing things, like in the back, just kind of nervously getting ready, and then leaving from the items of clothes that people bought. Alistair's a tie over the armor, green sash around the waist from Quentin, and then a sort of headband under his hair that's sort of the colors that like Io wears, all that like sort of multicolored, like that's kind of a style you have, right?
Kind of neon, a lot of neon colors, like hot pinks
that color
and
palette.
teals and stuff.
Just to have the people who bought him clothes, one item of each, and then he's kind of putting all that on.
Love it. That's awesome. We'll say, Yuri, as you're doing this, every once in a while, you hear a whisper. It's almost like it's the it doesn't sound like it's just one voice, and it almost sounds like, actually I'll say this because I know you rolled in that one, but we'll say this is an insight check, and I think I'm gonna give you, wait, no it's not, whatever it is, give me 1 second. Yes it is. It's an insight check. I'm gonna give you advantage on it though.
And
10. Okay. Can you roll me a d4 actually?
sure. It's 2.
2. Okay. With a 2, you hear the whisper itself, the kind of like space of coming into that. You hear the sound of rustling trees, kind of like fade in and out, and then you hear the sound of what first seems to be children's laughter, but then you realize why you recognized it, and it actually sounds like fairies' laughter. It's every once in a while. Maybe like it happens every like happens once every minute or so.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna definitely speed up putting on his armor. Then, yeah, I mean, if anybody pays attention, like he would have at that, his posture would be very defensive and be looking scared and kind of close to Fenrir, kind of as he does stuff, putting, yeah. So, but
You got it.
yeah, for the moment, I don't think he's doing anything other than that.
Gwen, is it possible that you noticed this, or we'll kind of leave it open? Anyone who thinks they might notice this from Yori.
Yeah, I definitely think Nalani would notice. Nalani's kind of hanging towards the back, and he's kind of already paying attention to the group. So I think Nalani would probably clock that, and
Okay.
maybe even say to Yori, "Hey, what's going on?"
I don't like this place. I think we might be in the Feywild. I don't want to be there. Though I guess that's where we're supposed to be going. I'm hearing whispers from people I don't want to see. Can you maybe ask where we are?
You're muted. Or not coming through. There we go.
Nalani's gonna kind of look around, like up in the rafters, look all around, just while he's kind of saying that, see if he sees anything, anyone, kind of around.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to really kind of give the Nalani's perspective of what is here. Nalani, I think one of the first things that you noticed when you came in was that there are a good amount of what looks to be like ancient tapestries that are put, like you see one that's over like the mantelpiece of a fireplace that is not lit, and you see a couple others, and they seem to be depicting. I would say what you see is many versions of different races. And I say you know that only because of the differences in the shapes, as it is not like it's definitely not a descriptive sort of picture. Um, but you see different shapes, different sizes. You do see like darker marks from the artist, and lighter marks, seeming to give the impression of different bodies that are all standing in a circle around something that roughly resembles a fire.
Does it look to Nolani, or would he know from his past? Does it look like a seance or
I'd
or
say
is it,
it's your call on whether you think that Nolani would know that. But I will say for you, Mitch, yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
I don't know if Nolani would know that much about it, other than maybe folk stories, having grown up out in the woods and hearing about
Mhm.
that sort of thing taking place. So I think that would make Nolani pretty uncomfortable. So he's going to, I assume, maybe Siobhan's towards the back as well, kind of with us. Am I right, Siobhan? Or Kiki?
She would be somewhere where she can keep an eye on Nolani and Io.
So like just picking a back corner, maybe.
Yeah.
You got it. I will say just the last piece is because I think as you're looking at these sort of depictions, and there's various sort of versions of them, but most of them seem to be depicting this. I would say you also see a couple that look to be like ancient, and I mean like ancient in the idea that it looks like it's falling apart. It looks like it's could be thousands of years old. You do notice a couple of tapestries just depicting what essentially just looks like a war. Um, I'd say from this vantage point right now, you can't make out against whom, whom against whom. But giving your full kind of 360 around the room on this, you also notice that the door that does shut behind all of you on its own looks to have a lot of symbols carved into it. I would say, and when I mean a lot, I mean from top to bottom.
I think Nolani's gonna look over towards Siobhan and realize that maybe she's not the best to approach, given everything going on right now, and then kind of clock Gwen and Alistair. I'm imagining if he's watching Alistair's pretty eager to get up and talk to her in his normal sort of pushy way. So I think he's gonna kind of ease up to Gwen and say, Gwen, there's something weird going on here. Yori's hearing some voices, and these tapestries look pretty strange to me. What do you think?
I think Gwen has been watching kind of Io and Brucelli's whole thing, but she'll turn and go back to Nolani at that point and just say, "This place is amazing. What did you see?" And then go and have him bring her over to like the tapestries and stuff. And now that it's pointed out to her, she will spend quite a bit of time studying them, trying to date them, see if there's anything that she's seen before. And then, of course, you know what? I think she's actually going to spend, after she sees like the markings on the door, she's going to spend 10 full minutes doing comprehend languages.
Okay. Cool.
So that'll be what she's doing in the meantime here.
You got it. Awesome. I love that. Let's see. So she's still working with Io. I'm not sure if she sees Yori in the corner or anything. She doesn't seem to give any sort of mind. Siobhan, you are focusing your attention on Io and Nalani.
Mhm.
I think trying to think of how I want to say this. I think, Siobhan, you probably know, and for the record, a lot of these things that I'm mentioning specifically to the characters, most of you would probably have seen, unless you think you definitely wouldn't. So it's your call. So this is kind of open format, or it's not meta to assume that you know this. I would say, Siobhan, when you look at Io, there is a looking at Io as Brucelli is talking to Gwyn looks relatively completely normal, except for the like pull back in saturation, right? You see almost like a gray. It's not full gray, but it's very gray. You don't notice any change in Io until you see Brucelli take the very long, gnarled, and bony hand and start unwrapping the bandages, holding his hand while doing that. You see a soft glow seem to kind of come down on Io, seemingly kind of like as if from above, but you don't see any sort of light. And you see like occasional sort of like specks of I think they almost look like specks of dust, but there's something that you don't see. Yeah, so I mean, exactly what you would see with a like spotlight on you, in a dusty room, right? Yeah, you see that. I think also with your nat one, you do notice. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I was laughing at my nat one.
Oh, okay, yeah. With your nat one, I think you do also notice that. Nalani most likely kind of looked at you for a second. I would say most likely knowing what I picture Nalani in my head, kind of an unreadable face, I think, with Nalani. So I'd say you see Nalani look at you and then talk to Gwen about looking at something. Yeah, so that's what you see right now. Anything specific you're looking for, Siobhan? It's tricky with a net one, but I would say
yeah. Not that I can think of, not for her.
Okay. Alistair. You walk into this place and have a immediate migraine. As the sources of light just kind of beam in from everywhere around this place, from some interesting sources, I would say. You notice a very I would say it's the amount of it that is giving you migraines, not the not the force of say not
Right.
the brightness, right? So like looking at the fireplace, you see a very a very what's the word? Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the word for it. A very soft glow. Um, I will say, we should probably eventually get a color chart for Alistair so that I can tell you what you're noticing there. But I will say, just for the sake of difference there, it seems to glow a soft blue. Not as if there's a fire there, just around basically like the logs and the this like kind of like iron sort of setting. You notice that some of the components on the desk where this book is, they themselves glow, which is odd for like Alistair being an alchemist. Occasionally you're using magical components, but normally what makes the components magical is what you do with them. So you see probably like a couple of like stems of leaves that you're sure are blankety blankety blank, and those leaves themselves are not magical, but they are emitting this very I'd say probably this like very like bright red sort of glow. Brucelli is hard to see without like turning it off, which I do imagine you can turn off. Otherwise, this would be insane. But yeah, like looking at Brucelli is hard in this moment as you're trying to kind of figure out the magic that's around here. So I'll say with that, is there anything specific that you're looking at in the room?
So just to make sure, I mean, everything that has been going on is kind of happening at the same time, right?
Yes, 100%.
Even looking over, I can see that she's doing something to Io's arm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the whole gray tones and everything, that's also okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I figure since everyone is pretty much off in a corner except for Io, I probably hit the center of the room. I'm not noticing anybody or paying attention. I'm more looking around the room. But I think when I see her with Io, I'll just kind of do you mind if I cast a spell in here?
She's halfway through unwrapping the bandage, I think, on Io's arm. Looks over at you. As long as it's from you. It continues to unwrap.
Okay. And I'll reach into my bag and pull out like a small wireframe glasses and kind of rub the lens and cast See Invisibility on it. And then put them on. And anywhere there's like blank spaces on shelves, or it looks like there's no dust in a certain spot. I think he's scanning the room for anything that he couldn't see before. And then also just to double check, I think I can see the ethereal plane as well.
Okay.
Yes, ethereal creatures and objects appear ghostly and translucent.
Okay. I will say the first thing you see that on Brucelli's shoulder looks to be some sort of bird, very small. I'd say it's hard to tell with the glasses. It's just showing this like kind of etherealness to it. I would say with the spell that you're casting, I'm gonna give this to you. I think you see things like you would see them as separate things. You would see things that are invisible, and you see things that are ethereal.
Right.
as this yeah, so that we'll count that as the roll. As you're doing this, you look over and you see the bird on the shoulder, and the bird itself looks over at you, and you see it's very much a scary movie moment where like this side of its face looks completely normal, and then it kind of turns and folds to face you, and you can see that there's a hunk of flesh missing from this side. It turns to you on the shoulder. So I'd say you're probably about maybe 10, 15 feet away. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You see it look over at you and notice you and gives out an audible ah.
Definitely take a step back. I'm only so. Let me ask you this real quick. You said when I walked in, she gave me like lich-like feelings. Were you saying that it's descriptive things, or?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, cool. So, all right.
I don't think it. So let me actually look this up real quick just to make sure I'm looking at it from a see invisibility.
The reason I ask is I am going to assume that while he may not know the details, he knows that it's something that has happened before, or as people have tried, and would need to have basically a vessel. And so I assume, like with see invisibility, if they were trying to hide that near them, that I would be looking for like that source of power.
I love that. Yeah, I will say with this, what I imagine in a probably disappointing way for Alistair, you don't see any sort of phylactery or anything like that, and you don't see any sort of sense of etherealness from Broomhilda whatsoever.
Yeah, I definitely think in his head he's like, this would be really cool if this is what this is. I don't think, yeah.
I'd say with using that spell, the act of using that spell, you determine that Brucelli is very real and not, most likely not undead. The Raven, however, is very undead. And invisible at the moment.
Invisible. Yeah, then I think at that point, I would walk. I mean, I know she's standing there with Io, but I would hobble over to the counter where the potions were.
Okay.
And is there any resemblance to the potion that I took the night of the explosion, like that weird viscosity to it? Because I had seen it before, even if I have decided not to block it out or to block it out lately.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'd say in this instance, you don't see anything from where you are right now, even with your abilities. You don't see anything that lines up well with what you're looking for. You see a lot of different things with that. I'd say, I didn't go into this, so I'll touch this. There are shelves everywhere that are lined with potions and jars and things, and the jars themselves are holding random things in a way that probably doesn't probably freaks out everyone but Alistair. You're fairly certain there's a couple things. Io probably, as you're kind of maybe nervously looking around, you're noticing a couple of the jars. I'd say you see one of the jars as a you see this very large, but say a very larger than yours, we'll say, actually, eyeball that has like this very yellow iris to it. You're very certain it was looking one way, and then you look at it again, and it's definitely looking another way. I'd say it's looking right at you.
I think with all of that, Alistair will still walking directly where Brucelli is at with this raven staring at me. And as I'm walking, I will pull out the Dr. Karan's diary that we had that had the spell that he used that caused the explosion. I would open it up to that page where like the components are and all the ingredients, and kind of put it on the counter, turn so she can look at it, and just say, do you have anything here that's on this list? And also maybe something that would help me or us get around a little bit easier, some form of locomotion maybe.
Okay, cool. She'll handle that in a second.
Can I add one piece of flavor while this is all
Yes,
happening?
please.
When the raven caws, Houston is going to go try to find where that came from. He wants to make friends.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Houston wants to go try to investigate where that caw came from and make friends with whatever made it.
Yeah, I think the caw would be audible. Yeah. So.
Yeah, if it was audible.
Yes,
so
you
that's
all
just
hear
happening.
a caw somewhere. Yeah.
Demonic owl poking around up on the desk a little bit.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Roll a cuteness check. Roll. I would just say roll a this is weird.
You said
Roll
that.
Yeah, this is
natural
a tricky
20.
thing. But okay, yeah,
Whatever
yeah,
it
yep.
is, natural
You got
20.
You got it. Cool.
Only one
Thank
all
you
night,
for
guys.
Thank you for not making me have to think about that. Yeah, so Houston, you feel Houston kind of fly off into like a sort of a space that's closer to Brucelli, but probably standing on top of one of the shelves, and is doing the owl thing of this.
Yeah.
But doesn't seem to be, I think, for everybody that's paying attention, doesn't seem to be looking right at Brucelli. Pretty close to Brucelli, but not right at Brucelli, right?
I picture it entirely like Toothless in the last How to Train Your Dragon movie with the whole dance.
Yeah, I love it. You hear you all hear another caw, and you see Brucelli, who's still just kind of unwrapping the bandages, kind of like just turns. It just doesn't nod.
Oh, that wasn't you?
Please be silent as I'm doing this. Cool. Cool. So handling, just to kind of give you guys in my head the way that I'm thinking about like handling the endings of these things. I was obviously first in this, but I think the thing on the door is based on Gwen's character. So I'd say that this is also kind of happening also at the same time. So I'm going to start with that actually. Gwen, as you're casting detect or comprehend languages, check one thing if I should just.
So the spell doesn't decode anything, like in a text or in a glyph, and it doesn't really decipher an arcane sigil that isn't part of a written language.
Cool. I will say, because you're using this, though, I will give you and you've dealt with some of this before.
Yeah.
I will give you an investigation check with advantage.
Okie dokie. 22. Another natural 20. This green dice is nice tonight.
Awesome.
full nerd. She's got her glasses down, her tail's got her pen and her book out, like
You got
full
it.
archaeologist right now.
I will say this. There's definitely not a 100% answer to this,
Oh,
as
didn't
it
expect it.
is not something that I think Gwen has ever seen before. The markings themselves have a lot of them, like sort of stuff that I've talked about with like markings like this, is that it was like very like heavy and rudimentary and things like that. This is not like that at all. So it is come to the same spot right there. You see a lot of the movements they almost look elvish in their like curvature and like space there. A lot of the markings themselves have the same letter, we'll say, that looks that actually kind of like looks like an S if you were to try to pull it from the ends. You see that on the door in many different spaces, but I would say as you're looking at this language and trying to kind of figure out those sort of things and building that, you certainly can't tell what language it is. And what was your investigation check one more time?
It was not 20 for a total of 22.
22. Okay. Wait, you rolled 2 nat 20s?
I did. No, I rolled
Holy
the one
cow,
for
okay.
Houston and then this one with the same
Yeah.
dice. Yeah.
Holy cow, nice. Okay. I have to figure out how you know this. That's amazing. You get a sense of this door. This door actually has a couple of glyphs on it. One is clearly some sort of protection glyph. It's hard to tell, like, as far as like what from. It's I will say. See, so looking at like what Gwen has, I will give this because Gwen's done some digs. So I think, Gwen, name me one one type of creature that you would know this would be protection from blank.
Oh, let's see. Would fiend make sense?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah.
So looking at this, you actually don't see that it is any sort of sign of protection from fiends. There's no sort of none of the language itself or the magical writing seems to even stand on that. I think how you would probably see that would be, you see the beginnings of the glyphs looking very similar to that sort of protective spell, or that protective glyph, but it definitely is different on the end of that.
Okay.
And in a very I'm full Evelyn O'Connell on this as well. In a very sort of like mummy sort of way, it just keeps on going. So like the average person would see this as just one thing. You can see there's two different spots. There's two different like sort of things here, but there's no spaces. There's nothing like that. The other glyph, I'm gonna roll to see how much you. Okay, all right. The other glyph itself has a clear dimensional quality to it. Where it's not a protection from a dimension, but you get the feeling that there's probably something that can be activated on this door to open the door to another dimension.
Okay. Does it give her any sort of vaguely similar vibes as like the library, in that she's pretty sure that, there's ways to go lots of different places?
I definitely hear where you're getting at, but I think actually thank you for giving me that sort of thing, because in this way it actually feels very different.
Okay.
I think with the library, what the way that at least I view the library in my head is that the library itself almost seems dreamlike. Like you imagine, like if there were windows, you would look out and see that you're on like some sort of clouds, like sort of thing.
Yeah.
The weirdness of this is, and again, I think you're separated from your body somewhat when you go to visit the library.
Yeah.
In a manner of speaking, kind of, or you're really not, but I guess the feeling of it is very much like that.
Yeah.
The weird and creepy thing, probably in a good way to Gwyn, is that this feels very real. Yeah, you feel like you've walked into a place that can exist in many different places, including at least one different plane.
At the same time, or just in general, or maybe she doesn't.
I would say probably not, because you know that it wasn't. You know that the shop wasn't there at one point.
Right. Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
cool. That nat 20 was hard.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
I mean, I wanted to give you that information, but I was just trying to figure out how in the world you would know that. Cool. All right. Did I get everybody? Yeah. On the beginning sort of spots. All right. So now we'll kind of like be moving back to like kind of a regular speed sort of space. Io, you as Brucelli is unwrapping, and you see very slowly, like very carefully, and you're not sure if that's for your benefit or hers. You see her kind of continuing to unwrap, and Io, your eyes. Can you describe to me what your eyes look like again on your arm?
They basically look like, I'd say they're all smaller than a humanoid's eyes. Your average humanoid's eyes. I'd say they're probably about a third of that size. They would look very much like a squid or an octopus's eyes, but kind of clouded over, like they can't really effectively see anything, and they'd be a very kind of dull yellowish color.
You got it. Is there any sort of like pupil to them to be able to kind of tell direction that they're looking?
There is, but in general, it looks like they're looking in random directions, basically.
Yeah,
you wouldn't really
absolutely
discern where they're looking.
And you said that when you're casting a spell, I remember when you're casting a spell, something happens. Just remind me what that is.
Usually they will change to some type of vibrant color, usually germane to what the spell is. Like Eldritch Blast tends to be magenta, other spells will be their own color.
Okay, very cool. So I'm going to say, because you didn't say something that I wanted to make sure that wasn't true.
There is one more thing that sometimes I neglect to mention. Now when Eldritch Blast is cast, a mouth in the palm opens up. That looks more like a lamprey-ish, sharkish kind of mouth.
Cool. Okay, cool. Io, you see something that you've never seen before. The eyes themselves, as they are seemingly, even when they change colors, they seem to be kind of we'll say in almost like a lifeless state, as they are kind of just stuck in different directions. You see, and I'm imagining in my head, and it's making my stomach turn because it's so gross, because they're starting in different directions. You know what I mean? And you see them all move to Brucelli.
And you see, and you'd
Yeah, go ahead.
probably, the camera would see his face kind of just like this odd fascination. It's like, I don't know what she's doing, but I'm going to let her go to it too. Just kind of like that slow creep to like a deadpan, almost like scared expression. It's like, maybe not scared. Scared's not the right word, but it's like, they've never done that before. So, what exactly are you doing?
You see her put her finger to your lips, and you close your lips very tightly because the smell from her hand is unbelievably bad. I'd say the smell that you get. No, I did save this for Alistair, and I forgot to say it. So the smell that you get kind of emanates through the entire shop. So we'll say, Alistair, you definitely catch a couple of these things. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. The best way to kind of describe it is that you smell the smell of decay, of dying flesh. Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Is it like from the whole room, or is it specifically coming from her?
It's kind of just emanating through the whole room, but I would say most likely because she lives here. But also on the opposite side of this, Alistair, you do get the musty page smell of books, and I think Gwen, you also get that as well. And there's a weird sort of like they shouldn't mix in a pleasant way, but for Alistair and maybe Gwen, but definitely for Alistair, there's a combination that you didn't think would be enticing, and it is, at least to you.
To that regard, with the smell of the old pages, do I see books in the room, or is it just like, oh, okay.
Yep, I didn't say that, and I apologize, but I say you see books, not a lot. You see them. They're think about the idea that both Gwen and Alistair see books just kind of like stacked in piles instead of bookshelves, and like just die a little inside. That you see a couple random stacks of books that are very much like the desk being like just all over the place. The books themselves are stacked, like binding, open page. You get what I'm saying? Like, and it's like all over the place. None of them are facing the right way, or none of them are facing the same way. That'd be crazy if none of them are facing the right way. Yeah. So you see her kind of just do that, as she had already told you, no talking. And as you see the eyes kind of like looking at her, you see her kind of tilt her head, and because of her form, her entire sort of form just like shifts to the point that the eyes themselves follow her. Io, feel free to roll any like check you want. Could be insight, could be arcana. It's up to you.
I think we're gonna take the arcana check. And that is a 12.
Okay. With a 12, there is the getting over the shock of your eyes seeming like having some sort of like life and responding to this creature. With a 12, you hear something, and I'm going to say with that thing, and I know I'm just keeping stacking on this for this, so stay with me, but I need an insight check with advantage from Io.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Nat 20 plus 4, so 24 for total.
Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. This again, this like almost whisper-like sound comes through into you, Io, and you hear something I didn't mention too when you guys walked in here. The sound of the beach gone, but Io, in this moment, you actually hear the sound of crashing waves. But there is a difference to them. With a nat 20, you hear the waves crashing against rocks, not sand. And there's a familiarity there. You hear this. I don't know how to describe it, so I'm just going to make that sound. You hear this like very faint, like, and with a nat 20, you know who that is, as you've heard her make those noises of disappointment and annoyance, as she is one to hold grudges.
Oh shit, I'm in for it. It's something you hear him mutter under his breath. I don't know if everyone heard that because I did say it real quiet.
Also, like this.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
finger hasn't moved. She's got a long arm. She can do whatever she's doing and keep that there.
And I'm thinking, I'm like, he really is strongly holding back the urge to vomit, but at this point it's like oh god, I'm like, now it's almost enough to kind of take him out of that moment, but that smell brings him back in.
What is the what is the physical look of Io right now in this? Like, does any sort of emotion make its way to the surface?
Definitely. I mean, eyes were probably just glassy, both from the smell, and now kind of like he's thinking about the person mentioned, and kind of is going through a bit of nostalgia as much as he can kind of focus on that. And I think he's just feel like you'd find a sense of he's kind of in thought now. Mixture of deep thought and longing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna message something to you because I just want to make sure that I'm not screwing something up.
You're good. 'Cause I think we're on the same page. Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
You're right on the money.
Okay. Cool. Feel free to give me a little bit more on that because I'm looking at your backstory and I wasn't entirely sure on that. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, cool. I can definitely definitely make that a bit clearer for you.
Yeah, please do. Okay, cool. So yeah, You see, so you see Brucelli kind of just like looking through the eyes, and you see she is unblinking as she's looking at them, and I would say she's also pointing her like yellow eye kind of more in that direction. You see as she's seemingly almost, and I would say with a nat 20, with a nat 20, you feel like as someone who can speak telepathically, you feel like there's a conversation that's being had right now, but it's not with you. It's just with the eyes. You see her blink with that yellow eye. Actually, I can. You guys want to see something weird? I can actually do that with this eye. So I'll say it's this eye. You see it just blink with that eye. It's my hidden talent. And you see the eyes just shut. And I'd say you haven't seen them really shut before, right? They're probably always open. Yeah. So that's a little concerning at first, but I'd say she kind of she hands the bandage back to you. Notably not wrapping you back up. Just handing it to you. She also has lifted a finger off your mouth. She's not really saying anything to you, but she's definitely kind of studying your face. As if she probably has gained some sort of information from those eyes.
Okay. Again, what the hell did you do? And were you talking to them? And I mean, you unwrapped me very carefully. Is there a reason why you're not wrapping me back? Are we still in Celeste? I don't hear the ocean, except for a second. I have a lot of questions, and I would really, really like some answers. One answer. Okay, got it.
You may have one.
Why can they move now?
You see a smile come across her face, and it's oddly like I think in the way that you see it, it's a full smile and very warm looking, in a very like grandmotherly sort of way. Oh, well, what a waste! They've always been able to do that. It's your choice to bandage them up.
Well, thank you, I guess. Is there anything I could do to earn more answers?
Wait. And speaking of waiting, Alistair, do you disrupt this conversation for this?
No, I think honestly, I think he respects this person who clearly has abilities he doesn't. I think he's watching it as if, you know, when people used to watch surgeries, like the big like hall where like he's just watching what she's doing, the movements, everything that's going on to see if he can decipher what's going on. But he's also impatiently waiting for her to be done and look at his book.
You got it. I'm going to say this, though. I would say, well, it's up to you. What I would like to have, and your call if you think Alistair would or would not do this, there's a point of like, in my view of what you were saying, as a like student impatiently waiting to talk to the teacher, you feel that very much until you see her look at you, and there's a level of like, I forgot what I was going to say. I think there's that sort of like thing, enough for enough of a time for her to look at you and go, no need for eyes. to see you.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's not your fault.
Whose fault is it then?
Okay. I'll be. I'll play it safe here. Someone's. Many someone's. Isn't that right?
Is I take a step back.
Mhm.
Is he gonna be okay? He,
You're pointing at Io.
Yeah.
She's looking at you. I don't know. I can't say. What can I help you with?
Thought I knew what I wanted. I'm looking for someone and how to get to them, and they cast a spell from that book, and I'm trying to recreate it. Maybe I was seeing if you might have anything on that list. But if not, I mean, I was also hoping for a way to get around easier, maybe.
Who gave you this? Who wrote these down?
A mentor of mine.
I would say it is unlikely you want to go where he is.
Is he not in the Feywild?
Is that what he told you?
And that's what he believed, I think.
You don't know what he believes. What did he tell you?
He just shouted out to the Feywild, here I come, before he left. Didn't tell me much of anything about what he was doing.
Heavy magic here. I have these things.
You have some of them?
I have them. He kind of puts a hand in the book.
Okay. What would you what would you take for that?
I would rather give you something for them.
Uh, could I know the terms of this agreement before I agree to it?
I believe there's someone you've been dying to meet more than your friend that's here. Someone who is both in this room and not at all. Would you like to meet him?
Very much.
Good. Come back tonight. She
Tonight.
shuts the book that you gave her and gives it back to you.
Can my friends come with me? Be here with me?
Your friends are here with you now. The question is, are you going to him or is he coming to you? It seems like if he came to you, there would be unwanted destruction. Much easier, it seems, if you want to go to him. I can make this happen for... looks around at the rest of you. For anyone who you trust to be there.
Okay. And in return, you get
It's not for you to worry about what I get. But I promise it will either feel better or you will cease feeling.
I guess we can conclude this transaction later.
Okay. As you are saying this, I think you see her kind of like lean again, really close to you, and you can hear the sound of like a long sniff. Careful, boy. He is dying to meet you. Make sure you're ready.
As you said, there are no bad outcomes.
Big smile at that. Indeed. Just the wind whistling through the trees and the sun beating down. Very good. I will have those things ready on your return.
I won't explain it. I won't say anything, but I'm going to reach into my pouch on my side and pull out one of the buttons that I just bought
Mhm.
and just place it on the counter and turn to leave.
Cool. Awesome. I think as you turn to leave, there's a space of like looking at the door. Actually, this is very easy. You turn to leave. Are you touching the door?
Oh yeah, I think I would absolutely.
Yeah, you want to go straight out, right?
Yeah.
Cool. You no check required. You go to open the door and it feels locked.
Mhm. You told me to return later. I have to leave to return.
We are not done here. Who are the ones that you trust to go with you?
Gwen, Io.
Um, I think that breaks Gwen out of her bouncing back and forth between all these things, making notes on what she thinks is the time period and all of that. And she'll come over, just sort of this dreamy off look. Did you find something?
Yori.
So while these conversations were going on, Yori kind of like had his armor on and he was reading or saying aloud some kind of poems in his native language, almost like chanting them. And then at a certain point, Fenrir rears back, and then they just headbutt each other as hard as possible. And he kind of just shakes it off, and he's like, "All right." So at that point, like he's kind of okay again. He's like, psyched himself up. So when you say
Love it.
that, he just looks at you and goes, "Where are we going?" I'm in.
Good. Good. I don't think he'll ever make eye contact with Siobhan. I think he'll completely not look in her direction. And I think he nods to Nalani and hopes he understands that somebody has to watch over everyone.
I think Nalani stoically like stares back at him and nods.
That's my group.
Notably, you didn't say Siobhan, correct?
I did not.
I think as Gwen comes back into the moment, she gets a sense of Alistair's sort of frame of mind right now, and she's just going to reach out and take his hand.
Okay.
She comes back from the academic high of it all.
And I think Io's also kind of coming out of his own little thoughts, hand on his shoulder as well. Gives it a little squeeze as well. The unwrapped hand, in particular.
Okay.
I think I'll look at Gwen. This is it's right to leave them behind, right? You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah. She's just going to look at you for a long moment and just go, follow your instincts. Can't go wrong if you follow your instincts.
I'm gonna be really mean here. I think this is what Brucelli would do. You will for sure fail if this one joins you, and points to Gwen.
I think Gwen doesn't even look at Brucelli for this. She's a little confused, a little hurt, but she's gonna just look right at Alistair.
Yeah. And I think, I would say at this point it should be probably clear that Brucelli only explains herself if she felt like it would be necessary to. She looks over at Siobhan. You doesn't walk over to you like everyone else. Notably, Alistair, she did not check the book on you. As she said, I don't need eyes to see you. Doesn't do that with Siobhan either.
I think without
It is. Go ahead.
breaking eye contact with Gwen, I think he would just look over at Siobhan as she's talking.
Okay. It is only fair that the other one gets a choice as well. And just staring at Siobhan.
Was
You
she
will come to-
speaking loud enough for Siobhan to even notice this conversation before?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got a very kind of gravelly, kind of relaxed voice, but I would say this room isn't necessarily too big that you're not able to hear things unless we said it was whispered. So I would say you hear most of this conversation, I think. If not all of it. So yeah, I think when Brucelli looks at you and says it's only fair that the other one gets a choice, if Kiki knows what that means, then I would say that Siobhan probably does.
I think I have an idea.
You can ask me. That's fair. Unless you want to roleplay it.
My mind's. Apparently not.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll kill you if he gets the chance. I won't ask you to come, but I won't stop you either.
What was it you said in the shop? That I'm not needed here. Well, no, that I'm not wanted here, I believe is what you said. But that I am needed. So I guess I'll be your tool.
We are all tools from time to time. Just depending on who we let use us. to no one in particular. I think at this point, she's scanning the group. She's kind of just making her way. She sees the little fairy boy in the like kind of armor sort of thing, in the armor set, and looking hostile, I assume.
Yeah, very very defensive. Yeah, I mean he's ready for a combat. Like he has his axes out.
Yes. Okay. Cool. You see Brucelli takes one step forward. And I would say this step makes it so that you guys actually do have a considerable amount of space as you're probably in the corner. I would say you have about 20 feet, honestly. You see her she does the creepy thing where she kind of bends down to look at you for a second. And then she bends a knee down and kneels. Puts the other knee down. I think in all of her like magical above, above it all sort of vibe, you all see that this is physically painful for her to do. She puts out a hand, but not extended far out, probably about right where she is. And there's a look in her eyes, I think. Okay. Based on the thing that Alistair said that she seemed to very much agree with, on the idea that there is no bad or good, this part becomes tricky, as you can see that she's extending a hand towards you and getting down on her knees to try to become as close as she can to your level. She's kind of failing in that. She's still probably about 5 feet tall. The look, Yuri, roll me an insight check, but please roll high.
I switched my dice, so we're good. It's just my digital dice. It's gonna be great.
I gotta rely on the die, but I hope
16.
it's good.
16.
Okay.
Yay!
16 gives you this. She doesn't say it. She says something, and I'm trying to think of what she would say, but she doesn't say it. But there's a look in her eyes that tells you that the belief that there is nothing necessarily bad is not entirely true, as the look in her eyes is that of sorrow and trying to say, I'm sorry for what happened to you.
Yeah. I think
Here's what she say. She'll go, It's okay, child. You can come closer.
I don't think Yori moves. I think both Yori and Fenrir kind of have. It's like that cornered animal a little bit. Like he's probably even like a little bit in his throat, like growling in the same way as Fenrir. Just a little bit, just kind of like staring, not like gonna attack, but that sort of very defensive, like just staring and kind of growling a little bit. Yeah.
She stands there, and again, there's a weird you guys are nailing it in my opinion on this. Like, there's a weird sort of sense of I think Alistair said doctor's office. It's really like that feeling, like everybody's just waiting their turn. But there's this space of awkward silence as Brucelli is allowing you to make that decision, but giving you time to change your mind. And obviously Yori can do whatever they want, but the space of sitting here in this obviously uncomfortable, doesn't even begin to describe position that she's in. I think she would probably wait. She'd probably wait a full 5 minutes.
I think in the same way that like when you it's very animal like when you have a kind of defensive animal and you just stay there and you don't move. I think actually Fenrir at first moves a little bit closer, in that sort of like investigative but like defensive way, like, it's and when Fenrir does, Yori actually steps in front of Fenrir, gets closer to more like put Fenrir behind him, and is now like close enough to, I guess, is just a hand out to sort of grab, or is it like what's the gesture kind of?
The gesture's kind of more like take my hand sort of thing, like that.
All right.
That was what I was going for, at least.
Then he steps forward and then kind of tentatively looks at a hand and then grabs it.
Oh, you grab Brucelli's hand?
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
Okay.
Once he steps forward, he's kind of like right on the hand, essentially. He'll he's gonna take his left axe and slam it into the ground so that the blade kind of like sticks there. If it's wood, I guess. If it's or
it's wood.
It's metal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he'll take with still his axe in his right hand. He'll take the hand with his left.
Okay. As you take that hand, you would feel the effects that probably I imagine you've probably never had this happen to you, but you feel the effects of a greater restoration spell on you. And I think in the way that we get used to pain, whether that's a constant pain, but in this case we're talking about, well, not even just a physical pain. We get used to pain, right? There's and for the record, it is a greater restoration. It's not just restoration. I'm just saying mechanically that's kind of what's going on. You have forgotten about the pain that is attached to you. You feel it melt away. You don't see any difference, but you feel that immense sense of like, it's I think the way I would equate it is the idea of like if you were on a long, exhaustive trip, or you're done, I've been working all day. And if you can times that amount of that, I would say the feeling that you get when you finally kind of like lay down, like probably like triple that. There's just a sense of like a relaxed space that that Yori didn't know existed.
I don't think he doesn't really know how to. I feel like he stands a little straighter, just subconsciously, just kind of is standing up and kind of flexing his back a little bit.
Roll an athletics check while you do that.
It's a nat 20 for a 27.
All right, guys. We're rolling dice here that should have. Okay, when you look at the die, does it have other numbers other than the 20 on it?
You just haven't had
Awesome.
me roll one since the nat 1, so give it time.
Yeah, it's true. It'll happen. You flex your back. Full on. Man, what a terrible. Never mind. I'm not going to give that image to you guys because the reference is so bad. Please describe what Yori's wings look like as they burst out of the bandages.
They look like dragonfly wings, but they are very large. They're larger than him, and there's 4 wings, two at the top, 2 larger and 2 smaller, and they're that sort of. They have an iridescent green, purple, like flowing color to them, depending on how the light catches them. Mm. And as he moves them, they sort of, that color sort of flows across it, and they are. The outside is sort of lined in this sort of in red, a sort of they're enclosed in this sort of red that also weaves through a little bit to create these little kind of shapes throughout, and yeah, I mean, he's never used them. It's never happened. So I think at first, he looks a little scared, shocked, and he turns, kind of looks up. What does it cost?
You've already paid. And again, she won't say it, but you see it in the eyes.
Thank you. But know that the pain was a reminder, and I won't forget. But thank you. So, at that point, if the hand is loose, he'll step back from that. Otherwise, if they're still gripping his hand, then he'll stay there.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it's a soft grip.
Right.
So, like, if you wanted to pull out, you could.
I guess he's trying to read whether that interaction is finished. Then
sure.
But if he feels like they still have more to say, then he'll stay there.
I think she just nods and just says, "The wound is healed, but the scars remain." And then let's go your hand.
Yeah, and then he's gonna gather up the bandages and things and kind of pack them away, but keep them. And then, how big is the room?
40 by 40, which is pretty decent size, I would say. Like probably like it's bigger than a shop, right? But it's not. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. He's gonna try to fly. He's gonna try the wings out and try to go up to the at least a little bit up into the air at that point. So.
Cool. Yeah. It's a beautiful moment as you see Yori fly several feet off the ground, above. I think in this moment of catching it, right? So 5 feet. So I'd say it makes sense in this moment in my head that Yori flies above Brucelli, above Brucelli's current position, and she will notably. I'd say she probably doesn't like make a noise, but you can see it's difficult. But you'll see that she kind of gets up and like is able to meet your eye level. As there's this moment that you feel. I would say roll an insight check. I'm sure you have already, but roll a specific one for this. Okay. There's a soft smile on her face that gives a sense of, zooming out from this position, I would say that it's a new sort of way to look at Brucelli, because Brucelli has been looking down at everyone. So Brucelli kind of has to kind of straighten fully up, obviously head still kind of touching, like kind of like glancing the ceiling. So, yeah, I think it's a very beautiful moment.
And I mean, while he's up there, you see kind of like he can't help but smile, but kind of crack this big smile as he's flying in the air. You know, there's a lot of things going on there, but like, you know, he's flying and it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And so he kind of is trying it out, and he's smiling as he kind of flies up.
Yeah. Cool. I would like during this time, Gwen, because I know you were looking at the painting, and I'll give you that, but I would say the more important piece right now is you looking. Is Houston's connection with you, and this is going outside of Find Familiar, because I don't want to look at that. Is Houston's connection with you like constant, or does Houston have to choose, or do you have to choose to listen or pay attention to?
I have always assumed it to be pretty constant unless we choose to not have the connection for a moment or whatever.
Okay, cool. I love that.
Yeah.
During this time, Houston seems to be staring at something that only Alistair can see. And you see there is I would say in this moment, Houston, so and how it's depicted in my mind, Houston kind of flies over to the edge of the fireplace, closer to the door, and seems to be staring at Siobhan. Siobhan, roll me a... yeah, roll me a perception check.
You need new dice.
I rolled a 1 and a 2 because I'm disadvantaged for poison.
Yes, yep, that's right.
And it's still a 1 and a 2, so it doesn't matter.
Love it. I will say, of the things to roll bad on, this is so fucking nuts for you to get.
Passive perception of 18. Don't know it.
Yeah.
You're too drunk, girl.
Yeah, you're pretty drunk.
Valid.
Your passive perception may not be working
You
great
used
at this
all your
point.
soberness to respond to Alistair perfectly. Now you're done.
That was it. It also smells like decay in here, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I will say you are visibly, you are definitely shocked when you hear another sort of caw right next to your ear. Yeah. And with that, Brucelli kind of just finally breaks eye contact with Yori and looks over at Siobhan.
She's looking in the direction of the claw, trying to figure out where the heck that came from.
Yeah, cool. I will say, like, yeah, passive perception would make sense on that. Like, it was like it hurt your ears. Like, just imagine a bird call right here, because that's literally
Yes.
what happened. So Houston is not looking at you. Houston is looking at the raven on your shoulder, that you don't see. Ooh, wait a minute. No,
I didn't
that
feel
actually
it land on my shoulder.
that was what the perception check was for.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Wondering if you feel a ghost bird land on you. What's even greater is, for a second I was actually thinking of your ability, your like feet thing there. But there's you would never have known more of a creature that does not seem to want. Yeah. Yeah, so Brucelli kind of just looks in your direction, and like probably like makes 3 strides across the room, causing her to be like 15 feet in front of you. Congratulations.
On.
Your new friend. And you know what? She's kind of confused in the question in her own mind, because she, in her head, I think, and this is giving way too much information probably, but in her head, her question made perfect sense. So she just does this to you.
Thank you, I suppose.
We all need others. Yours is one I have yet to meet.
Then how would
But you can
know?
tell them I said hello.
Would they know you?
No. You need something. Something that I don't think you'll find here.
I need many things. You'll probably have to be a little more clear.
I don't have to do anything. Really hesitating to say perks of the job, because that makes it sound cheesy, but it literally is that. And she looks around at everyone and goes, "You could find it here, but not from me. I am here to assist in anything you need." For a price.
There's always a price. I know that better than most.
You said you do, right? That's what you said?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You said Siobhan does.
Yes.
Got it.
I know
Yes.
that better than most.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. Yes. I I feel that. Well, is there anything that I can do for you? I would very much like you to pay that price.
Pay what price?
That's not how it works.
Unless you know how to safely break a deal with other Fae. I think there's not much to be gained.
She's not omnipotent. I don't think. Yeah. Who is this Fae that you speak of?
She's gonna look around at the group for a minute.
Yeah. I think if you give hesitation, she will respond to the hesitation. Because she is pretty dang smart. She's just not omnipotent.
Well, she just kind of wants to see, like, because Alistair, still not sure if Alistair believes her, because he hasn't seen anything. So she really wants to see that he's watching her, to see, he's watching Brucelli to see that reaction, to maybe validate Siobhan a little.
Okay.
He goes by the name Mimir.
Nalani, at this point, I think there's probably I don't know, it's only happened a couple times, but I think there's a point where Nalani's smart enough to go, oh shit, here it comes. Right? To the pain of the you've spoken the name, you've said, like, Nalani has felt firsthand what kind of pain that is. Nothing comes.
But when she says Emir,
Mhm.
anyone watching Nalani would clock that his head spun and looked at her intently.
Mhm. I'll say that she goes, Emir. I must admit I am unfamiliar, and turns and walks back, takes like
Insight check on that.
Go ahead, go for it. She's gonna take 3 strides to get back to her counter.
So that's a 22 with disadvantage. Finally.
Okay. 22. This is an extremely powerful Fey creature that I would say, given, I would say it's not entirely possible that Siobhan would know this, but the party knows this, and the players know this. So this is kind of where I'm addressing to. This is an extremely powerful creature that seems to exist very much in the that lives very much in the chaos, and kind of relishes in that for the most part. Yori was a break in that, for a couple different reasons you guys don't know. So when I say with a 22, I will say with a 22, you are not entirely sure, but you are leaning on the side that she legitimately does not know who Amir is. At this moment, as she's walking back, and she's going to look in the book. kind of just brings her hand down to the... Does this entity go by another name?
Not that I'm aware of, but likely so. I have reason to believe he's a changeling.
I understand. Unfortunately, that name is not in this book. I know that dealings with Fae like myself are complicated. But you yourself are clearly in that complication, both as what you are and who you are. I wonder what makes a changeling frightened of a deal with the Fae.
I don't think I feared the deal. I fear what it's done to those around me.
Yes. That I do sense. Looks around at everybody. Eyes. Eyes rest on Io. Time, for most, is a only currency worth understanding and spending.
I think Siobhan perks up at the mention of time, knowing that her daughter's time is slipping away faster than...
What you do with the extremely little amount of time you have is important. I am someone who cannot die. So, time means much less to me. However, I imagine that if I did have that limited number, I would not waste it on not speaking with the people that will give me the decision that and she's looking at you, Siobhan, that will give me the decision that I am, give me the answer to the question that I'm really thinking. Turns to Nalani and goes, "My liege, you have the floor."
I think that freezes Nalani.
Mhm.
And Why do you call me that? How do you know who I am?
I'm sorry. I'm going to retcon that just for a second. She doesn't say liege because that signifies that she is lesser than you. So she will just say, hmm. Yeah, okay, cool. She says, Your Highness. So yeah, so same question, but with the Your Highness, right? She says, as I said, time for you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and even you, and looks in a spot in the corner where Alistair, I'm so sorry. I realized you just said that you see, you do see invisible creatures. You would see Neve in the corner of the room, curled up on like around a bottle, just kind of watching this whole scene. So we'll say that you see it now, maybe, just for the sake of time is important. If you want to know the answer to that question, there's something else that will get you there. And it's in front of you, and kind of motions towards Siobhan.
Nalani looks at Siobhan and says, How? What? I'm confused.
We hardly get anywhere in this life alone. Some inherently will be important than others. But I sense an imbalance. And a question that is gnawing in a changeling's mind. That question cannot be answered by them. Until answers are freely given. Good is all I say to that. The tricky thing is that I would say that like Brucelli would just wait in silence forever, but
Because I got nothing. I
Yeah.
have no idea.
what is the question that drives you to poison yourself?
Well, yes. What they're still doing here with me. Two of them have shown inclinations to kill me already. Another's just a child. He doesn't deserve to be in this life. And one has shown that the book is more important than my own safety. So what role do I play in this? I've already made the deal to protect Alistair, to stop Ymir from hunting him. I've already written back to take responsibility of what happened in my shop, so that they can go home with cleared names. I just don't see why they would want me around still. And they don't, as one of them has already told me.
What is the question that is driving you to block your mind?
I just want to be able to protect. Why can't I protect those around me? Why does it have to come at the cost of their hatred?
Close enough. I think at this, Brucelli looks around. Well, I will see you all tonight. And then you hear the door.
Yuri, are you still flying around?
At that point, yeah. I mean, it's flight. But yeah.
See, I'm gonna do all the time, man.
There's conflict there, but also, it's fine.
Or Fenrir.
I'm gonna get Fenrir wings.
I'm picturing him jumping up and down, trying to nip at your feet.
I love that.
Get a fly spell or some wings for him. He's gonna join me.
Yeah. So the door opens, and I will say, I'm leaving it open here. I'm leaving the conversation open here. I know we kind of moved right past our 10-minute break, and I do want to have one, but there's something that needs to happen first, and it's dependent upon if you guys walk out right now.
Siobhan would rush out after that. Just shoulder her way past if anybody's by the door.
Okay.
Not meeting anyone's eyes as she leaves.
Yeah.
Alistair would kind of tap Brucelli with his cane to get her attention as Yuri is flying around, and just tell her, I've seen this trick before. If that goes away from him, no amount of arcane runes or anything will protect you.
So a big smile comes across her lips. What's up?
I'll see you this evening. Turn and walk out.
Okay.
I think on Io's way out, he turns back to Brucelli and he says, if we get out of this alive, can you tell me how you know her?
I can tell you before.
I would
I
very
don't.
much appreciate that. Oh. But so that wasn't you? Huh. I asked one question, I got a million more. All that being said, I got other things on my mind. Thank you. We'll see you tonight. Turns to leave as well.
I'll let
Lonnie's
you
been.
know. No, go ahead.
Go,
I feel
you go,
like
Gwen.
both of you
Oh, no, I was-
waited like as much as you possibly could, and then both of you went at the same time. That was so beautiful, that moment.
It
That
was
so funny.
amazing. I was just going to say Gwen's intention is to be the last one out. So
Okay.
No, Lonnie's intention was going to be the last one out, but I'll go. I think Nolani's standing there some very speechless. Maybe looks at Gwen and then looks back at Brucelli and says, Emir, who Shaban spoke of, changes shapes. And we don't know where he is or what he's doing. And he's causing chaos in our group. Is there a way we can track him? Our friendships might depend on it.
I have no friends. I have tools.
Is there a tool that we can track him with? Or know when it's him?
I have no friends. I have tools.
Do any of your tools strive to rid this world of pure evil, or those that would perpetrate it?
I have no friends. I have tools.
It sounds like a lonely existence with no friends. Just told us we needed friends to survive.
Yes. You do.
Nolani looks at Gwyn and reluctantly walks out.
Good.
So Gwen is only going to look at her, try to make eye contact, and just sort of try to communicate her confusion, but her willingness to trust in what this person has tried to convey to everyone, and then just give her a little nod and leave after that.
Okay. There's something I want to do, but the dice said no, so I'm gonna not do it.
All right. And then she's gonna look up at Houston and say, if they don't mind, you can stay and visit your new friend. And then she'll walk out the door.
Okay. Yeah. I think, yeah. You tell me, I would say, or you can roll for it, like whatever you choose on that. Does Houston stay?
He does, because I think up until now, aside from Neve, the only creatures he's really encountered here are normal, boring material plane. And this is an undead, gross thing, and he's weird, and he likes it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, as you close the door, thought of that too. As you close the door, let's do this real quick. Siobhan, are you walking with a mission back somewhere, or do you think you're waiting for the group at all, or anything? Your call.
I think she would kind of abruptly storm out, and then because they were on the beach, if I remember correctly, walking towards the temple. Is it dark now?
Roll me a perception check.
If it's dark. What? It's
that
daylight.
Another one?
2, because I'm rolling with disadvantage.
Another
I
2?
just rolled 2 natural ones.
Yeah, it's bright daylight outside.
How? What is life? Not caring what time of day it is. I think she would just kind of storm a little ways away, kind of in the direction they were traveling. And
that's so fucking amazing.
I don't know what's going on with my dice. And then
I gotta give you a solid chance, and I feel like giving Kiki the chance right now is not a solid chance, apparently, as there's some curse that is happening. So I will say, Io, roll a perception check as well, because it would make sense.
Okay. Oh wow, this is
these
not
were
our
different
day.
dice too. 2 different dice.
9.
It's amazing. Okay, cool. I think I might have been kind of like obscure with it, as I often am on the time. that you guys came in. Does anybody remember exactly what I said?
The sun was setting. That's why I was just asking if it was full dark or not.
Yeah. It is a very bright morning.
Oh.
Mhm.
Nalani, roll me a perception check.
That one.
What
Where'd all
Cool.
those 20s go?
tonight?
For a
You
5.
DM advantage. You could
Thank
use it.
God we're
This
not
is
in
funnier, so
combat.
don't.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Cool. I cannot use. I think did I ask Gwen? I asked Gwen, right? That was the first one. I didn't. Okay, cool. Okay, good.
No.
I'm glad I didn't because I cannot use Gwen for this. I also cannot use Alistair for this. So, Yori,
Yuri, it's up to you, buddy.
I'm going
You
to say a
got
perception
this.
check, but before you roll, but because of the fact, and this is it, okay? The dice have spoken from this point. Because of the fact that you are one, just received the gift of flight for the first time, maybe ever. We never really discussed that, I don't think, or if we did, I don't remember.
Ever. Like he hasn't
Ever.
flown, he hasn't had his wings have been since. Yeah.
Cool.
Never.
So the joy and the confusion and the thing of learning that, you need to roll with disadvantage.
Good. That's good. Yeah.
Damn
Is,
it.
is he close enough for me to touch and give guidance to?
You wouldn't know what
I
you're
should
not
have
knowing.
guided myself.
Not with. I'll say
Uh-uh.
that too.
You
Yeah,
should have
not with a
guided
nat.
yourself.
Not with a nat
Oh.
1. No.
13
Okay.
disadvantage. Yeah.
With a 13. I don't know if I stated this or if it's just happened in my head. Let's put it this way. Does anyone remember what I said about the kids that had stopped and stared
Hold on.
from that whole scene?
La 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 la. I have to go back many pages.
Yeah.
Full transcript of everything that's been said.
Yeah.
Where
Can you
this
please
is
read that?
going.
Can you please read this transcript for me?
But you know
can
what?
you can DM me if you think you know where this is going. I'll put it this way. I'm the DM. I can do what I want. There was a point in time that did not seem important enough to even really say if I didn't. But Yori, you noticed the shock on the kids' faces over what they saw. They all kind of just went home. They all seemed to just kind of walk off. You look over and you hear the sound of children's laughter as you see a ball getting kicked back and forth.
Is it the same kids?
Mhm. And they're pretty far in the distance, but I would say that the sound of the shouting and things like that would probably be what had caught you.
I'm gonna fly in that direction towards the beach. Let's see
Okay.
what's on the beach where we were.
What do you think we see?
I mean, if it's that time, it depends exactly when. But the morning, is that what's his name sitting there still?
As you fly through the beach, the idea crosses your mind, and you get to a certain point, probably a certain distance from like going towards the kids, that you start to try to play out in your head what had happened as you think of this crazy idea. And you look far over to your left, closer to the beach, right on the shoreline, as you see a half-orc male sitting in the sand. And if you guys want to, it's up to you, I guess, at this point. If you guys want to take a 10-minute break, we can.
No,
I
wanna
would
roll
like
through
one
this
real
so
quick.
bad. Let's go.
I have to.
Got it. Only person had to say it.
Yeah, that's
One person had to say it.
That's
10-minute
okay.
break. I'll see you
Okay,
guys back.
sorry, guys.
No, it's fine.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
Sorry for everybody on the stream, and obviously Kiki and Jess for not being seen. That is, you know what? I won't say that's my fault. That's my computer. That's the computer's fault. I don't control the computer in this instance. But yes, I apologize. So
Accidental
jumping back
misogyny.
into it. That's what, yeah. Yori,
Yeah.
you see this on the beach. When you see this, I'm sorry, because this is the reality of it. Well, let's do this. Let's roll for it. Contested roll, you got to beat me a d20 luck roll.
All right.
Good
Here we
luck.
go. We've been rolling great.
Yes, you have.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 2. A strong 2.
Dude, I played such a good face
You rolled a
because
1.
I
didn't
rolled
you?
I rolled a 3.
Yeah. I knew your face had to make that face for one or two numbers.
Nailed it.
Incredible.
Let's go. Let's see.
Well, it's how I
Dice
pictured
gods
things
are
going anyways.
against-
Okay, there is another factor here too that does kind of play into this as well. So I will give Io a chance here, and I will just I'll just straight up tell you what's happening, because I think you kind of assume that. Is there a good chance that Io is holding a firmer grip on the book?
Honestly, I was probably going to ask you about that. Do I feel, because there was some kind of like, will failing last time. So I guess, am I feeling some type of power over me at the moment? Or an unnatural
Power over you?
or an unnatural sense of emotion, I should say, that would be out of the realm of, I guess, an uninfluenced Io.
I don't know why you would. I don't think there's ever a point where you felt that there was a... Oh!
Like, do
Well,
I feel
no,
a
I still
compelling
don't.
influence on a certain level?
Always.
Okay. In that case, I'm holding the book, but I'm trying to be somewhat conscious of my feelings in the situation.
Okay.
And I'm lingering on I'm lingering on Siobhan's last words, and honestly what I've just gained from the previous situation. I'm really kind of playing back that same situation in my head.
Okay, cool. I love that. Yeah, that's great. So let's call it the die roll. I would say I will roll the DC. We'll make this a little bit more based on skills now. I will roll the DC, and then you roll me your sleight of hand check to hold on to the book.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a 15 to hold on to the book.
You got it. You feel so you do not have time to be able to come back, but you have the idea of what might be happening, right? So you're probably flying back. You guys are still trying to figure out what the heck's going on. All of you rolled awful. I will say it is light outside, so probably after a span of time of going man, that was nuts, and then recognizing that the sand looks lighter than when you came to it.
Siobhan's like, oh god, sunlight.
Yeah. Yeah, wait a minute, sunlight.
God,
Yeah.
you're so drunk right now too.
Yeah, that didn't go away.
That does not help.
That
No, it's
doesn't help.
not.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, so Io, you feel the book pull away from you, but you're able to kind of hold on to it, at least for, we'll say, 6 seconds.
6.
Because okay, hold on. It's because that's how many seconds are in a round. That's why I said that, for the record. That's why.
Gotcha.
That's what I gathered.
Io, what do you do? If you want to
Back.
roll to it, you can. It's up to you. I would say this is a very weird point where Dan knows what's going to happen, but Io doesn't. Welcome to my job. what
Wait, technically, doesn't Io know what's going to happen? But everyone who's not Nalani, Siobhan, and Yori know
that's
what's
up
going
to
happen.
you. I would say that's
Ah.
up to you, right? So when the book like tries to leave your hands, it's up to you to whether to decide. And I fully like it's up to you to roll for it too if you wanted to. But I
Mhm.
fully think Io putting together the idea that it is light out and the book tries to fly from your hands. You know, that's I mean, let's do something here.
That's
Io has a +2 to intelligence, which is a lot more than I
Mhm.
thought you did too. That's really good. So that means you are you are smarter than the average human,
Right.
right?
Oh yeah, no. I've got some. I'm just trying to think what me as a player seems like it makes the most sense to kind of prevent things turning out that way, and then disseminating that into character aspect. I think Io's going to yell out. Well, not yell out, but say loud enough for the party to hear. Guys, what caused the fraction in our group just happened is about to happen again. The book's gonna fly over to that guy. And last time this happened, he died. I don't want him to die again.
You get back in time to at least the end of that round, probably to say exactly the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, except like I mean, Yori has an intelligence of 8, so it
Mhm.
comes out in almost an incomprehensible, just like kids, and they're playing, and there's the beach, and there's this guy, and he died, but he didn't die, and book. Do you have a book? Yeah.
Okay.
Hearing
Yeah.
all of this, I feel like Siobhan would immediately start taking off towards the guy.
Yep.
Full
So I'm gonna
cunning
say roll me
action.
roll me a very low survival check. As the book didn't fly out of Io's hands, so you have to remember where
The
the person
direction.
was. Because I
Would
like.
you believe it
making
if I
things
said I got
difficult.
another natural one?
Yes,
No.
I would actually.
Fucking way.
Did you switch?
You need
dice?
just
Mhm.
I
don't
did.
use
This is my
that
I
fourth
dice.
set of dice. No,
It's
Oh,
D&D
yeah.
Beyond.
Yeah, use D&D Beyond from now on.
I am going to burn an inspiration for this.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
you should let the
please.
dice decide.
You should burn everything. You should
Wait,
burn
bardic
that dice box.
inspiration. I feel like I am there enough to be like, if you're
Okay,
running,
okay,
I'm like,
D&D
yes, go
Beyond
get it,
got
'cause that's
18.
actually what I was gonna do too. So I
I
was
got
like, go.
18. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I got 18 on
Oh,
D&D Beyond.
Okay. Yes.
There you
Absolutely.
go.
Absolutely. I'm so sorry. That does not feel good
That's
to be
inspiration.
rolling that. So I've been there.
So
I don't-
hold on,
yeah.
no, it's very important right here.
Mhm.
We don't repeat the sequence. Nalani needs to know: has he had eyes on Shaban since we left the building?
Yes, I would say so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you lost sight of Siobhan, because you're also trying to just make sure you're watching Siobhan the whole time, right?
Yep.
So I'd say when you see her leave, the door stayed open, so you would watch her leave, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So then, yes.
And if
So
she
I
ta-
run full speed, double
got it.
dash
Where did you
Okay.
say you were running to?
to the guy.
To the guy.
Ah,
Midas.
So next important question, Nalani's gonna run after her, doesn't have a double dash. Is he going to lose sight of her between here and the guy?
No, it is not that far.
Okay.
I'd say it would be about the same distance as from the it's the same distance, just in a slightly different direction, because it's still closer to the beach, so it's just actually having to run straighter. So
Same
I think I
distance
said what
as what? I'm sorry.
as Mistelia's bar, which I
Oh, okay.
think we said 300.
Yeah.
Does that sound right? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So yeah, so about 300 feet away. Cool. Which means yeah. And we'll simplify that for that. But I'm gonna say we'll we'll count it as 2 rounds to do this, and that would about equal out from this. But Io, before you're able to get to the dude, you're having to roll. You're having to roll to beat the DC. That will stay the same.
Okay.
For the 3 rounds.
Okay.
And I would beat them by
oof.
1 round.
You would be, yeah. I would say, how fast do you run?
So it'd be 90 feet around.
Does she have
Okay.
any impediment because of her drunkenness?
Ooh. I'm gonna rely on the mechanics of D&D for this. But it's also Kiki's call. Kiki, you always can choose to say no, this would affect things. But in my view, mechanically speaking, from a D&D point of view, that doesn't affect your movement. So
I feel like also this is she's setting her full intention on getting to this guy and trying to save his life.
sure.
Like her
Yep.
whole focus is on just running to this guy and getting him out of here.
I think
she
it could
thinks
make.
They're
Go ahead.
gonna kill him again, probably.
Where's the book? Does he have the book yet?
I'm holding it.
Yep.
Oh,
I was
It
still
hasn't
holding
left
the
Io's
holding.
hands.
Yep. Also, I freaking love Alistair and Gwyn's part of this, because I think Gwyn has a relatively good understanding of what's going on, and Alistair has a somewhat understanding of the results, but I think it was very broad. I don't think it was very clearly marked for you guys. So this is new, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, I mean,
I know the chapter titles. That's it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think that we got the very bare overview. Gwen maybe a little more than Alistair because he was working, but we have a lot of missing information here.
Cool. So I'd say just keep that in mind as you guys pretty much, I assume, all take off running. Yeah. Well, is that what you guys do? Let's make that clear.
I think it's going to depend what happens with Io and the book for Gwen right now, because she knows that that is the center of whatever is happening between them.
You got it. The first round you saved, and we'll say that's kind of like at the top of your turn, Io. So so getting an understanding of what's happening, you can use your movement in that turn to do that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
If you choose.
To do what exactly?
Are you wanting to run towards this towards Midas?
That's a very tough decision to make.
You also
'Cause
seen
I feel like
Siobhan
getting-
do that too, for the record,
Right.
because
Right,
Siobhan
'cause
is already going.
Because I feel like going closer to him just opens up the door to conflict, especially holding on to the book. So
Yeah.
I would say I feel like it's more wise to kind of hold on to the book and just try to keep from getting him or
Okay.
getting over there. So I
Well,
think
here's what I'm going to say on that, just to clarify. The book is going to keep trying to get to him.
Good point. So yeah, I think
So-
let's move closer to the group as well.
Okay, you got it. That also puts you in the spot of saying that you were there for whatever happens here, right? So, cool. So movement, action dash, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that's 60 feet of movement. Yeah. So Gwen, you see that happen?
Yeah, Gwen would look at Alistair probably for a brief moment, and then she's going to follow Io and just say to Alistair, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think we should be there.
As what I assume to be eventually the entire group leaving Alistair in the dust.
Yep.
So,
I mean, he's got to
Yeah.
go in on the beach.
yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
So here's what we'll do. So we're assuming that we're spending our action to all kind of be doing the same thing. Please let me know otherwise, because we'll handle this very easily. Io, give me another. What did I say? Sleight of hand check?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, sleight of hand check.
Okay. That's an 8.
Okay, flies out of your hands. So second round. So you get DC was 10, by the way. I rolled a 10. So the book flies out of your hands from the second round at the top of that turn, as I said. So, Siobhan, you've already ran a total of how much?
90 feet.
Man, it's really fun when you talk about movement and math and D&D. That's what people want to hear, right? You guys want to hear this, right? Okay. So 120 feet. You are more than halfway there.
80 feet because it's 90.
180 feet. Okay, yeah. Right, because 120 feet would not make you more than halfway there. 180 feet. I'll tell you this, because if we were looking at this from a battle map, there's a kind of a meta sort of perspective that does kind of happen here. Siobhan probably wouldn't notice the book, but the book is probably right on Siobhan's tail, about to pass her on the third round. So, I think, Siobhan, if you want to roll a perception check to see if you hear a book about to whiz by you.
This can only go well.
This can only go well.
That's a 1 and a 3.
Okay.
I hate my life.
So,
much.
so above board, Dan,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be going in I'm envisioning us all in pretty much a straight line running towards it. If she's the fastest, it's got to whiz by the slowest first. I'm in between her and Io, and the book's coming by us.
It would whiz by the slowest first, but Io would have been the first one to take off running too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this is actually brings
He's
up a good
the
point.
slowest.
Well,
Yeah,
you
and
kind
I
of
think
You're the same speed
I would have
as Io.
passed him. No.
no,
I'm
Nalani is not the same
35.
speed. So it does pass. It
Oh.
would go to pass you first, Nalani. That's a very good point. So Nalani, perception check.
Yeah. And I feel like Nalani even said as soon as Siobhan started running, he didn't wait for Io. He went right after her. So
That's right.
he
No,
was ahead
100%. That's
anyway.
true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So I rolled 18 on the die. Perception. So that's a
Okay.
23.
23 allows you to see it. Give me a what did I say? Perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Perception allows you to perceive it happening. I need a sleight of hand check to be able to snatch it out of the air. No.
12 plus a 16.
Okay, I rolled a natural 2. You catch it. Yeah, what do you do with it? We'll say that's the top of your turn. I think Io's still running. Everybody's still running. So, Nalani, you're the only one that has a different thing on your turn, I think.
I'm just gonna clutch it like with both hands and turn around and look for Nalani, who I assume I
You're
can
Nalani.
see. Or sorry, Io running towards me.
Oh shit! No, this is not. Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that.
Sorry. Sorry.
I know. Time travel thing happened here, but don't you dare put that on
Sorry.
me.
Now there's 5 Nalanis running at me. Sorry.
don't you put that curse on me, Ricky Bobby. All right. I can't get that vision out of my head now. Yeah. Do you like? Because mechanically you can still run with the book.
Yeah, but I'm gonna stop running.
Cool. Okay.
I mean,
You got it.
yeah.
You could just
I'm not
like put
running.
your whole body
yeah.
over it.
Nalani would not run with the book away from Io.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna clutch the book. It's happening quickly. Clutch the book and kind of turn back and look for Io and kind of
Look for
wait
Io?
for him. Yeah, wait
Okay.
for him.
You got it. Cool. Awesome. So you did you? Okay. So I know Gwen said, Jess said this, but I guess I'm not entirely sure, because I thought you were saying you were waiting to see what Io did before you took off running.
No.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Were you
Mitch, go
talking to
ahead.
me or
It
were
was,
you
it was your
talking?
no. I was talking to Mitch.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
Okay.
I took off after Siobhan, right when
Okay.
she took off running, because I know she's
Gotcha.
faster than me.
Right. Okay, so yeah, you took off after Siobhan, which means that I would be behind you. Yes, that's how that thing works. Cool. So yeah, you plant yourself at the turn, moving 35 feet. It is faster, but it is not a whole round faster. So Io, you get at least within 10 feet of Nalani
Nalani.
at the end of your turn. Free action to say anything. Technically, you have a bonus action because you just used your action for it.
Sure.
This is the point where everybody just starts taking a couple levels in Rogue, and you guys really fuck with me in that.
Thanks, Nene. Try and hold on to it. I'll try to keep my bearings. I don't know what we're gonna do though.
We have to make sure we keep our eyes on everyone in the party. I'm worried. Remember when Amir got in our battle and fucked with the entire group and tried to divide us with Alistair.
Good
We
point.
don't know if he's doing that over and over again.
Good point. And I should probably cue the others into the problem we ran into as well. I don't know if I have enough time to really say anything about that though.
I would say you certainly don't. It depends. Like I talked to another DM that has another perspective on this. So I will say you can at least say what you just said. But I will say I would say important here is I'll get attention of what I was going to do next on this next round.
My intention is to essentially try to prevent from what exactly happening again, to try and see if there's a more peaceful resolution to achieve things.
That's the broad picture. I mean, like physically, what are you going to do your next round?
Gotcha. Planning on, because we can't just keep holding on to the book. I'm just thinking about that. I feel like Io even would feel like it's like the books are gonna keep trying to go to him. I think next round is okay. I've got a plan. So next round, Io wants to make his way to Midas before the book gets to him.
Okay, you got it. Cool. So all the rest of you move. We'll say this is the top of the third round. Siobhan, you were the first to move. So Siobhan, you are getting to Midas. You see the drunk orc just kind of staring out to sea. Is putting a note in a bottle.
She's just gonna start as she runs up. I'm not to him to where I can have an action with him, but I can like get his attention. Is that what you're saying?
I think you can, because you said you run 180 feet every time.
So this is 270 feet.
So that was 270 feet. Right? This is the top of the third round of that. So you don't even have to use, I think, what's your movement?
30 feet, so I would get to him with my movement.
Yeah, so you get to him with your normal movement.
She'd get to him, kind of like use her momentum as she's sprinting to like grab him and try to pull him up by his shoulders and shove him along down the beach in front of her, and she's gonna be like, move, someone's coming to get you, you're in danger here, you need to move, as she's trying to like push him and give him that sense of urgency, like you need to get out of here right now, dude.
Okay. Just gave me a weird look, so I want to make sure that my math was right. Please feel free to correct me.
No, I was doing the math wrong. Your math was right.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool.
My weird look was doing math in my head. That's my face with math.
All good. I am fully aware that I could be wrong.
No, it's good.
Okay, cool. So you shove my roll me. Yeah, no point in giving you disadvantage. Roll me a persuasion check to instill a feeling of danger to a drunk person who only wants to do one thing. Come on, Kiki. Come on, Provolone.
That's 2 more ones.
No
it's
way!
not.
I'm gonna cry. Like, what's happening?
Roll on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, roll on D&D Beyond.
Can I
Sorry.
give her my inspiration?
What is
Because I
happening?
can't see your dice,
How
I don't
does that
believe you.
work?
Roll on D&D.
Unfortunately, Kiki has sent several pictures of how mean the dice have been.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Maybe it's the tower.
Yeah.
The tower on for a different tower.
Yeah, we're I will just allow you to give the DM inspiration if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to
Okay.
give it to
Mine
you.
too. Take mine too.
That's a 16. Thank you, Jess.
There we go. There we go. Okay, cool.
Oh my God.
With a 16, it's okay. Sorry, just one thing, like aside. Like honestly, I wanted you to fail that in my DM's mind of what's going to happen.
I did
But
too.
to see you,
but
to see you fail that in the way you did, I was like, no, don't listen to Joe. He doesn't want like, yeah. So yeah, that definitely succeeds. So he's okay. You see him like run run a direction that is fully into you. You push him back again, like wrong way, idiot. And
It's 2
you
drunk
see
people
him-
trying to run along the beach together.
I want that commission. I want that commission to that scene.
Yep.
I just covered faded natural ones in the background.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's so good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Are you running with him?
Yeah, she's gonna keep trying to push him in front of her and keep him on track getting away.
You're just trying to keep his.
She's
yeah.
also trying to keep an eye on like who's following her so that she can get in front of them and stop them if they approach.
You got
So
it.
like
Okay.
if somebody comes up, she's gonna turn and stand off against them.
You got it. Okay. Cool. So you can only move his movement, and I'm
Yep.
going to tell you right now, there's no way
Oh,
this
great.
dude can action dash. It's just not going to happen. For so many reasons. So I will say, eventually seeing this, the party would probably catch up to you, but I would say give me a, because you'd be pushing him towards what would probably eventually be trees and brush, I assume. Well, it's up to you. Where?
Well, so I thought this whole area was beach, unless there are trees and brush.
There are, but
so-
they're like 90 feet away. That's why I'm saying, like.
But there are like buildings and city, right? Streets, right?
Yes, but besides Brucelli's, besides the Humble Branch, which has now disappeared, all of the spaces because of it being a peninsula and like Florida, like everything is 300 feet back from the
Okay.
sand.
I guess whatever is the closest cover should be pushing
Cool.
him towards.
Technically, the closest cover would be the like area, which is like ironically, it's actually where you kind of came from, but it's just closer to the beach, right? So it's the wilderness now. So you're moving west, right?
Okay.
No, sorry, you're moving east.
Okay.
But yeah, I will say, oh man, now this math gets really annoying. So you got there at the beginning of your 3rd round, and the rest of you
It takes 6 rounds because
are
she's
going to take
twice as
6
fast.
rounds, right?
But then she's gonna be
But
3.
then-
She'll be 3 rounds ahead of us. She's still gonna be 90 feet ahead of us.
should be 90 feet ahead of you now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, at this moment.
So she's 90 feet ahead of you now. She cannot do that stuff again.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So if my math is correct,
2 more rounds.
2 more.
it's 2 more rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because it'll be
60
60 for them to
and
get there.
yeah.
Well, I would move another 30, then 60 for them to close the gap.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, 2 more rounds. No. Hold on.
Yeah, 2.
No, I think it might. Okay, wait. So right now
I don't
she
think so.
is
Let's-
90 feet ahead of us.
And you
She
guys
can
can
only
only
move-
move 60.
We can move
feet.
60.
Right.
So you have to move
So-
60, which would move you to within 30 feet. But while you guys are moving 60, I can still move that 30 with him. So that's tacking on another 60.
Right.
And the next round, we would action dash, and we would be even
Move
after
the
her 30 feet
60.
of movement.
Well, though, there'd be another 30 feet of movement, so you would have to do a third round to close that 30 feet.
So let's.
Because would
I
you
think
do
the
that
easiest
second?
way, the
3 more
easiest way to
rounds.
prove this would be the easiest way to prove this would be to play this out.
yeah.
So we'll say
Yeah.
the end of the third round. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry, but I need to make sure I get this right in my head, and then we can figure out what you what happens otherwise. The end of this third round is so you moved 30 feet to get to him, but you could, because he didn't move on his turn. Yeah, your bonus action dashing in that round to keep up with him in that. So as do you get what I'm saying? Because you're pushing him
Mhm.
30 feet, you can stay
Yeah.
with him by bonus action dashing. So then, okay, cool. So now that's the end of the third round with 90 feet, no, 60 feet ahead. Because you only moved 30 feet, and then you moved his 30 feet.
It took me 3 rounds to get there for 270, and then I guess the 4th round would have gotten me there.
Right. Actually, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. So you only moved an extra 30 feet. So in the third round, you bonus action dash, you moved 60 feet.
Yes, so I was at 330 feet, and they were 4 times 60, whatever 4 times 60 is.
240.
So
240. So
240. Okay.
I'm
Got it.
90 feet. I'm still 90 feet ahead of them. That didn't change that.
Yep. Yeah. So that makes sense. So 360, 240, top of the fourth round.
They move 60,
30
I move 30.
Right.
Top of the 5th round, they move 60, I move 30 again, and I'm 30 feet ahead of them. So it's 3 more rounds. 2 more rounds than just their movement to get to me.
Yes. Yep. Which means, because I had said it, if that math is correct, if my math is correct based on your math, they're going to get to you before you get to the brush.
Yes. Yes, absolutely, yes.
Yep. Okay. So, and that's honestly, that's
Mhm.
really actually the only important thing at this point. That being said, there is also the Nalani factor with the book. So, Nalani,
I'm not running at all on my next turn. In fact,
The book is trying to, Nalani.
Mhm.
the
But
book
I'm-
is trying to.
I
Go
know,
ahead.
but listen to me. I am
I'm with you.
waiting for Alistair. I am going back towards Alistair with the book because I want to talk to Alistair.
I'm going
I'm
to say
going away.
that doesn't help with the book trying to get away.
Okay. But I just want to. Yeah. Okay.
that makes sense.
But I'm
with
not
you, right?
going towards them. I'm saying. So if I need
Sure.
to roll to hold on to the book, let's do that, and then
Yeah.
whatever my action is.
You got it. Yeah, absolutely. So I already forget. My head's broken now. Io, what did I have you roll? Sleight of hand?
Yeah.
By the hand.
Okay, cool. So sleight of hand.
That is a 12 plus a 18.
12 will do it, and then moving your movement
I don't know how
and
far
action dash.
I don't know how
I think you only have to do that one round to be able to catch up to Alistair coming to you. And
Yeah,
we're gonna
it's
say
I
that
should be
because I
able
don't
to
want to do
make
that
it
math
to
anymore.
Alistair. Yeah, I should
Yeah.
be able to. So when I get
I-
to Alistair, I'm gonna, Alistair, we gotta keep this book from getting to the people on the beach. Can you put your big rock on it?
So much of the big. I don't have a big rock. I don't.
Your stone that you ride on, that you make me drag around, the big heavy one that no one can
That's-
move.
That's 3 feet off. It's off the ground.
Alistair,
It's not.
we gotta keep this book from getting to there. Help me. Use your brain.
Um. Oh shit. Okay. Cool.
Mitch, please take a point of inspiration for that. That was so fucking funny in my
That
head.
was so amazing.
You were like
I already-
frustrated with him. Like, I don't know
Can
how
I
your
just
magic
give it-
works. Just
Just
Do
do,
it.
it.
I already have one. Can I just give it to Kiki?
yes, absolutely, you can.
Such a
Yes.
hopeless cause.
What's floating
Yes, you
quality
can.
enough?
See-
Disc?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Disadvantage didn't even matter.
actually, so
Yeah.
yeah. Oh shit. I'll reach over to Nalani's belt and not belt, sorry, rope on your belt that I assume you carry, and grab the end of it and toss it up. And as I do, you'll see like little strands of color go around it, and then I will cast rope trick, and you can climb into an extra dimensional space. Go, Nalani.
With the book? Okay.
I think that would be on the next round.
That would be on the next round. He's got to hold on to it for another round.
Text spells
All
can
right.
cross to the entrance into or out of the extra space, but that's inside.
Oh, I didn't look at that. Yep, can magic items go in there?
The hard thing is, so attacks and spells can't cross through the entrance into or out of extra dimensional space. This, yeah, I gotta kind of put my foot down on this part. This is not a spell that's pulling this book.
Okay.
It is magic, and that's why there's a definitive difference.
Yeah, no,
for
100%.
the spell thing.
Yeah.
Because some spells will say magic can't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, of
that's the
course.
tricky thing on that.
It all depends on, is it pulling like a straight line towards the guy, or does it have some sort of sense of how to get around things? Because if you put it up there and the entrance is up, it's not going to go down to get to the guy. It'll just bounce against the wall of the whatever that zone is. Because you can't pass through, like, you can go through the entrance up and out, but you can't go through like
Right.
the walls of it. You know, the whatever little like hole it makes, or whatever little sphere, I
That-
guess, 3 foot by 5. Yeah.
That's a pretty good point. 3 foot, 6 foot, 6
But
foot,
then
6
it
foot.
depends what the book's doing. You know?
Well, the book itself is not. I'll roll for it because
I always think
my
of it as sort of like a snow globe shape with like a hole at the bottom, so you can go up into it and kind of like pat on a little like and you can that the entrance is like below you, but the walls are still like solid, or at least that's the extra dimensional space.
right. Yeah. What I was rolling for is essentially like figuring out, okay, is the book's travel based on getting to Midas no matter what, or is it based on the straight shot? So it was straight shot. So yeah, that would actually work. So
Still gotta get up the rope. It's a
still gotta
60,
get up the rope. So
It's
there's
a
one more
60-foot
sleight of
rope.
hand check.
2.
That's up to 60 feet, so you can make it be like 5 feet. Up to you.
Okay, 1 round.
Okay, you got it. 1 round. So 1 more round, sleight of hand check.
Does everyone else need to go though during their turn for this round?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if there's something you guys want to do other than just
What
running your
is
asses
Io
off.
doing? is he heading back towards Nalani in the book, or is he heading back towards Siobhan?
I didn't hear the name that you just said.
Io, you.
Io.
Oh,
That's you.
me. Honestly, I'm heading towards Siobhan and Midas.
Okay.
Still.
Then Gwen is sticking with you.
Yeah, because I think Io would have clocked the fact that Nalani and Alistair, at least for the time being, have the book in hand, well in hand,
Okay.
at least temporarily.
That doesn't. Okay, no, I'm okay. The same
Hmm?
thing still applies. Sorry, I'm not even going to tell you what I thought of in my head because it'll already confuse everybody else. I think. I'll tell you later if I remember it. Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
The mechanics of foot races.
Yes,
Yes.
This is D&D, guys. Everybody
Yeah.
watching, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
And if we're doing our math wrong, we don't want to hear it.
It's saying
In the
things like
comments.
it's saying things like, well, rope trick says spells, it doesn't say magic. So no. Yeah, so I will say I was thinking in my head, does that slow down everybody and therefore give Siobhan another movement? But it does not, because Io didn't stop moving.
Nope.
Correct. So
And Gwen
therefore
did
it's
not.
still the same. Yep,
Yeah.
still the same. Cool.
I'm
Awesome.
guessing Yori didn't either. I don't know.
No, we have
Yeah,
still
Yori
run
did.
towards you in the beach. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Kind of,
But Nalani did. So yes, cool. All right. So
I will-
Nalani. Go ahead.
Sorry, one more thing. I'm going to look over my
Mhm.
shoulder at Alistair and just give him a, you got this, and then go forward.
Bardic inspiration.
Gwyn gives an attempt at bardic inspiration.
Yep.
Where awesome. Cool. All right, Nalani. It is the top of whatever fucking round we're in. Go ahead and roll.
This
Thank
is
you. Thank you. It might matter. So yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. What's check was it? It was a 13 on the die with a
Sleight of
sleight
hand.
of hand.
So
You
that's
got
a
it, baby.
17,
DC
yeah.
was 10. I never changed the DC. So, you get up there. I always forget how this works. So the whole rope hangs there. At the end of the rope.
It doesn't tell you the size of the extra dimensional space, so it could be just an extra dimensional space that's infinite, and the book just flies off into the infinite void. But everything pops out of it
Yeah.
and it disappears anyway. So
Right. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yep. So the rope can be pulled into the space, making the rope disappear from view outside of the space. Yeah. So Nalani, you can, if you would like, to ensure that you aren't, for whatever reason, having anyone else coming up the rope with you, you can pull the rope up. And then, is this not concentration? But I will say that Alistair can end the spell,
And I just fall.
and then you just fall 60 feet. Just kidding. No.
30. But
30. All right.
I would personally argue, and I hate to do this, but if I'm the one
No, go
casting
for
the
it.
spell, I would imagine that I would have to be the one to pull the rope up. Otherwise, you're just kind of left. You know what I mean?
I would say in the confines of the spell, it just says the rope can be pulled.
Yeah.
However, if you want to say to Nalani, it's very easy just to say to Nalani, don't pull up the rope.
Don't pull up the rope.
Cool. All right. Awesome. So, Jesus. Okay. Io and
I
Io
think
didn't stop.
Nalani. I think
ahead.
Nalani at this moment would take the second if Nalani goes up the rope. Alistair says, "Nalani, don't pull up the rope." I say, "This is all happening again. We already did this yesterday morning." Like just a blur of words, just like, well, because they weren't with us when this happened. So I don't know if Alistair knows anything based on his reaction with the rock, and the last thing he's like, If you want to come up here, I'll tell you everything I know. If not, help Io.
Okay, love it. I get you. Cool. Listen,
Alistair's just
listen.
standing on the beach with his cane and his fancy outfit.
Yes. In a character point of view, totally get Alistair's point of view. In a player point of view, that is the best. That is the best you're gonna get. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So,
And then at looking at that, I think Nolana yells, "Okay, climb the rope and talk, or hobble up the beach 300 yards. You make the choice."
I will say you go up at that. Okay, so because Io didn't stop, Gwyn didn't stop, and Yori doesn't stop, and you guys all have the same movement. Correct me if I'm wrong. All of you are going to get to. It's your decision if you want to be right up on them in this in this spot there, but yeah.
I think as we're running, Gwen is going to say to Io, I don't know what's really going on, but you need to decide what you want out of this pact with whatever is happening. These are not one-sided deals. You decide how you handle this, and then just keep up with him and follow his lead.
Okay.
As they're when they get within 30 feet, Siobhan's gonna turn to Midas and say, "Go, keep running," and then spin around and draw the short sword and just posture in defense and just stare the three of them down.
Okay. I'd say, well, I do have to say it because I don't know if Siobhan would notice what happens, but the rest of you would notice that he just starts running into the ocean.
Yeah.
He's focused on Io right now because of what happened last time.
I think Gwen
I-
would swing around and she's between Io and the ocean.
That is a very smart perception on someone who is very not in that vein right now. I think it's much simpler than that. But either way, yeah, I get what you're saying.
And Siobhan's
he
just gonna
doesn't-
keep moving between
yeah.
them and him. Like wherever
Okay.
they move, if they're trying to, she's gonna think like if they move towards the ocean, she's gonna think they're just trying to dodge around her. They've gone upshore, downshore, so she's gonna
Ooh,
just
this
try
is
to be
good.
that block.
This is good. I love this. I will tell you, I rolled bad, which means he's going towards the ocean. So that's happening. So you're taking your space to say I will hold them off, right? And you turn to face. So I think we can be out of, and we'll go back in when we need to, but I think we can be out of the combat and like round sort of stuff. Gwyn, Io, Yora, you all approach Siobhan, who has a sword drawn.
Io puts his hands up, and then he walks slowly towards Siobhan, and he says, Siobhan, I'm not starting any kind of conflict with you. I don't want to kill him. I don't want to have a repeat of what happened yesterday. Or what is now yesterday, but I'll tell you what, I'm gonna turn around, but look where your boy's going. We might be too late.
Well,
And Io turns around to make it clear he's not trying anything.
Okay.
He's gonna glance over her shoulder in the direction of Midas.
well, when Yori rides up on Fenrir and he doesn't stop, he misty steps past her, past the guy and is just going, whoa, not this way, not because Yori thinks that the ocean is gonna kill him.
Eat him.
That's true. He saw an ocean
So,
eat him.
He's like, no, and tries to, if there's Misty Step is 30 feet, so depending on how far he's gone towards the ocean, the idea is to get past him, interpose himself between the ocean and that guy to try and stop him.
Persuasion check with disadvantage.
Sure thing.
Because he knows that there's something that's coming to attack him and doesn't know you.
18 and a 3 for a 6.
Okay.
The ocean, it's like the ocean is gonna eat you. It's a big monster. Ocean, bad.
Oh God, man. Okay. I've been using the same D20 die, and I gotta stop doing it because it's being really mean. Like, it's being all over the place. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, that was a nat 20 to hit you with an Eldritch Blast.
Oh, yeah, there we
Is
go.
this- As Siobhan looks over her
Great.
shoulder.
Do it.
Oh, I'll roll damage, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
gonna.
I gotta absorb some damage. Go ahead.
6. Take that.
6? That's with the crit?
Oh, good point. Sorry. Thank you. 16.
Yeah, please do more damage to me. Okay.
Did I hear
Thank you for
that?
with the crit.
Because
Well,
that was
I
hear the
obvious
Eldritch
what
Blast?
weapon was.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
all
did I hear
right
it?
there.
You heard it. You absolutely heard it.
Because this is like right as Siobhan looks over, he misty steps in
Mhm.
front of him and gets hit.
I'd say you heard it, and you see Yori fly back 10 feet.
He's gonna immediately sprint to the guy and try to tackle him and like put him in a chokehold and subdue him. In the water. Because I'm guessing
And
they're in the water.
Cool. Okay.
I think
Did
it.
she actually
and
misty
then-
step behind him to get the sneak attack? It's not like
I'll
an
allow a
attack
misty
bonus,
step
but-
because this is where it gets a little tricky on the round
Mhm.
stuff, right? You chose to stop as he kept going, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you're just not moving. So mechanically speaking, you could say I'm not using my movement until I see this,
Mhm.
right? But that's a little meta. So
no, she's
using
gonna
the misty,
step
yeah, misty
and
step,
try
I would
to
totally
like
allow.
chokehold him down, like bring him into a chokehold and subdue him as she calls out to Yori.
And I'm immediately
Okay.
dashing towards Yori.
Cool. To be clear, the water that you are at is about calf deep, like your middle of your calf
Mhm.
deep. You're there. That's where you are.
And how
Um,
far away are they now? Siobhan and
30
30?
feet. Yeah, I think 30 feet. Yeah.
All right, then as Siobhan tackles him,
Do I have to make a check
When-
to tackle him?
Yeah, absolutely, you do.
let's see how that plays out real quick. But she would do this regardless. We'll see how that plays out.
He's getting the battle map. Hold on. I
No,
want
I
to
literally
roll the dice I spent a bunch of money on, but we're gonna.
I
do
literally
later
had
on.
to get up to walk away from the room right now.
Yeah,
This is weird. This is kind of weird, honestly. We might need to just end this session because this is creepy. What did you get to tackle him? Because it's a contested roll.
I don't know what I'm supposed to roll. So.
Oh,
'cause you didn't
sorry,
say
it's
anything, you just said-
athletics.
You walked away.
Yeah, sorry. It's yeah. Well, you'll see. Athletics versus athletics or acrobatics for him. So for you, it's athletics.
Not acrobatics.
It's not acrobatics.
Oh no, it has to be okay.
You can't pick as the grappler. You can pick as the
Yeah.
grappled. Yeah.
That's 2 12s.
Not bad.
So 15s. 2 15s.
I'm gonna say this to you right now, Kiki. 2 12s is good.
Not for this.
I
though.
promise you, it's good.
You got 2 nat 20s. You got a nat 20.
I don't roll with.
He's drunk
Yeah.
too.
He's drunk too.
If I'm
So I
rolling
can take-
disadvantage, he's rolling disadvantage.
I can take this stupid nat 20 that showed up and make it a 4. Yes,
Oh my
Siobhan, you
God,
tackle
yes.
this thing down. Holy cow!
Really?
Okay. As she tackles him, I would like to cast suggestion on this dude. And my suggestion for him is going to be to let Siobhan bring him back, sit him down, and he's going to sit there and take a nap.
Suggestion technically can only be one word.
Nope,
There's
suggestion
one word.
is
Oh, no,
you
it's command.
suggest a
It's command.
course of
Sorry.
activity, and it
Love
lasts
it.
up to 8 hours if she
Love
can
it.
hold concentration on it.
Thank you.
So her intention is for him to sleep this off so we can address this when everybody is sober, calm, and thinking straight.
Okay, cool. Ooh, It's
And
yeah.
it's a
There's not even
wisdom 16.
there's not even disadvantage if they know. Well, yeah, because you can do it in battle. Okay, this is great. Okay, cool, awesome. I can't believe I have to pull up Midas's character sheet. Give me a second.
I cannot believe.
This is a night, gang.
Where is tonight? What is happening?
For the record, we are
We are so past
pretty
time.
late into
Super
the night.
over.
So
But we started
anyone,
like 20 to 30 minutes late, so...
Oh,
Not that
to be
bad.
clear, I'm good with it. But if anyone needed to jump off, totally okay. We totally get it.
Oh yeah, I'm
it's
just
not-
gonna leave right now. Just
saying.
kidding. Oh.
Jesus. Okay. Sorry, now I'm like all bent out of shape. Wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Okay. He beat it.
It was
You
worth
can
a
tell me
shot,
what
you
it
guys.
is, but he rolled a nat 18. So
Yeah.
we're gonna use a different die for the other thing.
She can try it again, but not for a round.
Okay, you got it. So you do have him pinned though, Siobhan. So at this point, Nalani's not here. So Yori got blasted 10 feet away. Io, you saw it. So it's your call.
Yeah, I went to go see about Yuri instead of
Okay.
instead of going to see Midas in this
Cool.
case.
You lift Yori out of the water. I assume Yori is Yori in a state of I may be eaten by this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he was trying to I think he was trying when he first went out. He was flying. He was trying to hover over the water, but getting hit by 16 damage Elder Spell. He splashes back in the water. Yeah, he also probably doesn't know how to swim, so he's probably just flailing around in there. And yeah,
It is a Little John Men in Tights thing because the water is very shallow. But yes.
Yeah, but he's only
Yes.
like 2 feet tall.
3.
He's
and
excuse
14 and a
me.
half.
Excuse me. 3
tall.
feet tall.
Can't be 2. I'd be tiny.
Yeah. You're spitting up water that just happens to be coming up because you're flailing, I think. Cool. Yeah, Io, you see Yori. You go up to Yori and yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Little man, you good? You good?
It's gonna eat me. You gotta get me out of here.
Trust me, that's not how oceans work. I'll tell you how oceans work. It's all right. It's all right. Just calm down. Think about it as you're flying in the water. Come on, let's fly in the water back to the
It's not
land.
working here.
That's why you use your arms and your legs. Yeah, a little bit more like this as he's demonstrating swimming form Yori can't possibly match.
Are you using that as your action?
Yeah, but I'm making sure he's not going to drown as we're going
You
back
got
to
it,
shore.
Yeah, it seems like it would be it's technically not impossible for him to drown, but pretty dang hard. He'd have to flip over. Cool. All right. Top of the next round, Alistair, let's say just for the sake of, unless you've been doing the math, for the sake of timing and brevity on this, roll me a luck roll, unless you want to do the math for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went up the rope with Nalani.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay, cool. So you're there. All right. So Siobhan, you have him pinned. Gwen, you are trying to cast command. Well, you did try to cast command. Didn't work as you hear him kind of sputtering in the water as Siobhan has him pinned.
Yeah.
Siobhan, you're up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep holding him in that, because I try to get him in like a chokehold. So she's gonna start squeezing on his neck to start stop fighting, or I'm gonna put you out. She's not gonna try to kill him, but she's gonna try to knock him out.
You got it.
She wants him to go to sleep.
And if there's
Struggling in the water.
who knows how to do that quietly and quickly, it would be the rogue.
Yeah.
I like this. So there's,
There's
to
blood
be
choke
clear,
in there. Mhm.
there is no, as far as I know, there is no actual D&D mechanic for choking someone out. So
Not that I know of.
the things that we say on stream. But I really like this. This makes a lot of sense. So strength check versus a constitution saving throw. Yeah, so the strength check being your athletics. Which I will say you get advantage because I think Siobhan knows how to do this.
Oh,
So
you
I
can
get
roll
a straight roll
then.
because I'm still drunk.
Oh, they cancel each other out.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would cancel each other out as a straight roll.
Why did it roll twice? It rolled twice. It was a 16 and 17 though, so it's a
They're both
19 or a
good.
20.
So, even taking the first one, 19 is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Whose scores
Was
are
that
such
Constitution?
normal?
Mm-hmm.
He's a warlock. His constitution is
He is.
garbage. So that's a 12. So he goes to sleep.
It's night. She's gonna untangle herself from them and start trying to drag him to shore.
Okay.
A little help here, Gwen. Again.
Gwen will go and try
This is the
to
second
help.
time she's drug an unconscious half-orc through the woods, or through.
She will try to help you with her -3 strength.
Him and Tamira.
I feel like you're holding his hand.
Wow. I just rolled a very important roll here. And you guys are going to be probably pretty happy with the outcome.
Oh boy.
I failed.
Okay.
So,
We're breaking all of Joe's plans.
guys, I'm not going to be able to go to sleep. This is crazy.
This is bananas.
Okay. So, how do I move forward?
How do you want to do this?
How do I want to do this? I ask that every day on everything I do. So this is just gonna be freaking confusing.
What? You have to just confuse us more tonight, Joe. Just do
Yep.
it.
Hey, gang, buckle up. So I will say for this, let me check one more thing on rope trick because this would affect things in a really funny way.
Oh God.
Oh,
For
no,
Alistair.
I love it.
We
Do
have
it.
1 hour of rope trick if he can keep his concentration on it.
And it's not concentration.
It's not.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just a
right.
counter. Yeah.
Okay.
It just pops into existence.
Yep. The extra dimensional space. Okay, hold on. So I had at the upper level, the visible entrance to an extra dimensional space that lasts until the spell ends. Okay. Yeah, I think it's safe to say defining extra dimensional means it is a separate dimension.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is really gonna suck for Alistair.
Oh no.
No.
Okay. I'm going to yeah. Okay. So we'll kind of role play the leading up to this scene, and this is how we will end tonight's session, honestly. So as you are pulling the unconscious orc, you and Gwyn are both doing that. Io, you see what's going on. What would Io be doing? I guess you could pick up Yori as if Yori is like
I feel like Yori's out of the
in
water
danger.
and just kind of like spitting water out. And yeah, it's kind of like, oh shit.
It's up to you. I really would also love. I would also love the scene of a slow motion Io picking up Yori and just like fireman
Give
carrying.
him like a
Watch kinda
fireman
running. I'm
back.
into that.
Even
Yeah.
better than that,
Into that.
he's literally just levitating him. And
Oh yeah, absolutely yes.
that'd be something he'd do first.
I'm happy with that.
Cool. You got it.
Mhm.
Da, 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 da. Cha, 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 cha. Awesome. Cool. Oh, wait, oh no, it didn't. Okay, great. Okay, so here's what happens. Who's doing the least? Probably Io, because it's so easy to do.
I was gonna say either that or Gwen, who's like dragging, being left
I'd say that
behind.
takes a lot of Gwen,
takes a
like
lot
for
of
Gwen.
effort. You're right. You're right.
Also, it's a perception check. So, but yeah.
I don't want
so, yeah, perception check for Io.
Okay.
Bardic inspiration.
Okay.
Nothing next to you.
You do feel very heroic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that really
that's
helped.
My theme. It's like, yeah.
I'd allow it.
Is that's a dirty 20 without the bardic inspiration and a
1d6.
1 and 1d6. Oh, let me roll. I always think it's a d4. And I always do a d4
That's
instead.
A D6, yeah.
Now it's a 23 total.
Amazing.
Okay. Io. So much has changed and broken the confines of reality for you.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me what goes through Io's mind as you see the sky turn to a very bright pink.
I'd say terror, despair, and literally that slow motion. What the? And then I'd imagine like a fade to black before he actually gets to finish the last word.
I'll do you one better. You do have people around you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you say anything to them?
Okay, yeah. Y'all seeing this?
Gwen, I'm gonna say you just hear this. And Siobhan, both of you. So I'd say both of you kind of like look up as you're tugging this dude out of the water. You're looking up at Io. What you see, what Io says, and what you hear are two different things. What you hear is, "Are you all..."
You cut out, Joe.
No, I didn't.
That was
Oh.
him. That was the intent. I had a feeling that was the intent.
Uh-oh.
When you see this, how do you react?
I think she starts towards Io, like instinctually. She
Cool.
starts.
Do you
towards
drop him? Like he's on the
Yeah.
ground at this point. He's on the okay.
Yeah, yeah. He's out of the water. He's not gonna drown. She heads towards Io.
Head towards Io. Do you say anything to him?
Yeah, she would be like, Io, are you okay?
Io, you hear. Gwen,
What
you
the hell?
notice that you don't, because you can hear your own voice. Normally,
Yep.
you don't hear anything.
No.
Oh boy.
Siobhan,
So I have a question.
sure.
With the people she's worked with in the past, would she recognize this spell because it's a very useful spell in what she's done in the past? They've had casters on their mission.
The concept of it, you would fully understand.
She's going
Yes.
to immediately start looking around for a caster around them that's not within the group.
You look around. Do you say anything?
Is the sky pink for all of us?
Mm-hmm. I will
think
say
she'd call
also
out to
for
Gwen.
Clinton and sorry, also for Alistair and Nalani. You guys do see that. Because you're not No, because you don't see anything in the extra mental space. But
Nope.
you can see out the window of it.
Yeah, just the window. Yep.
Okay. Do you guys think you're doing that?
I think I think you said if the sky's that color, that I would assume like the light has changed as well. So I think you would just naturally, I think you would just kind of see a difference in light, like when a cloud passes over your window.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Siobhan, what do you say?
She would just try to call out to Gwen, kind of to test her theory. To see if she thinks it is silence, while she's scanning all around them for a caster or a group that might look like they include a caster. Like, she's looking for somebody who would be able to do this. Being subtle, like she would know how these people are subtle if they're doing a job like this.
Let's do this. Let's have some fun with this. Roll me an Arcana check.
Two nines? Okay, this is spooky. I have rolled doubles, like straight doubles on D&D Beyond.
That is super weird. Wow, what is that? What does that equal?
9. I have a plus 0
total?
in Arcana.
Okay, cool.
Are we able to roll Arcana, me or Io?
No, this is for, well, no, because I'll say that this was already the turn that you had of happening.
Nope, that makes sense.
It. So Siobhan
Can
was
I use my last DM inspiration to see if I can do any better?
You can, yeah.
Than Mitch's DM inspiration. Please. Nope.
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 No?
Nope.
Okay.
Didn't you get advantage for that or something?
No, I'm still
Oh,
on
not for that.
disadvantage. As far as I'm aware, I'm still on disadvantage.
Yeah, I would say not for that.
Just kept rolling twice for you, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you seeing it and saying that I might know what this is the ability to roll for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. As you are looking around trying to look for a spellcaster, I'm not gonna make you roll because I don't want to know the answer for 1, and 2, you don't see anything no matter what. What you do hear is a crack of thunder, and you see a sort of lightning bolt go across the sky in a fanned out pattern, and you all hear this voice.
Citizens of Imea, hear my voice echo in your minds, for I bring you a message that will shape the very foundation of our world. I am Tom, and I am here before you not as a conqueror, but as a liberator, seeking to unshackle you from the chains of tyranny and deceit. The ones who claim to lead and guide you have woven a tapestry of lies, distorting our history and manipulating our destinies. But no more. It is time for the truth to be revealed. In the depths of your hearts, you have felt the whispers of doubt, the nagging suspicion that all is not as it seems. I am here to confirm your fears, to expose the web of deception that has been cast upon you. They have hidden the truth, concealed the secrets that would empower you, and kept you subservient in ignorance. But I am extending a hand, an offering for you, a chance to break free from these chains and forge a new Imea, a beacon of light and righteousness. To those who dare stand in my way, who seek to silence this revelation, I warn you now, you will know true pain. The grip of your power is slipping, and I will not hesitate to dismantle the pillars of your false authority. No longer will you manipulate the masses for your selfish gains. This time has come for justice to be served, and your reckoning is upon you. However, there is one who stands as a true obstacle. A pitiful creature that goes by the name Wilbur. A wombat with an inflated sense of self-importance. This Wilbur, seemingly innocent, harbors secrets that threaten our cause. Any wombats that possess an unusual consciousness must be brought forth for questioning in Glendelver. We cannot risk their interference with our noble endeavor. The stakes are too high, and we must not let their hidden agendas jeopardize our journey to a new world. Fear not, my brethren, for I bring a promise of hope. A new world awaits us, regardless of whether you choose to stand beside me or no. It is a world where the shackles of oppression are shattered, where truth and justice reign supreme. Join me, and together we shall build a society based on transparency, power, and the unyielding pursuit of knowledge. In the days to come, as the shadows of the old world retreat, we will forge a new Imea, one that reflects the true essence of its people. The tides of change are unstoppable, and history will remember us as the champions of liberation. Rise, my friends, and seize your destiny. Choose a side, for the dawn of a new era is upon us, and the choice is yours to make. Our magic is in the blood.
And that's how we'll end tonight's session.
That's why you told me last
Mhm.
night.
Mhm.
I'm happy I didn't ask for it to be spoiled.
Yep.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yep.
Poor Wilbur the wombat.
That's what Mark
Yep.
just texts. What the fuck?
Mark,
I
thanks for sitting with
text
us.
Fidget because she's like they're getting their hair done before, so they're a little behind. So I was like, stop watching. Don't. I don't know if you can do it to the Tuesday group.
Yeah.
But I just
yeah. Because it'll really
text bombed her.
this,
Stop watching. Turn it off. Stop now.
This happened everywhere.
Such a cool concept
Mm-hmm.
to do with your multiple worlds. To be like, oh, and then everybody hears, it's great. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Thanks, man.
super into this. I love cross-campaign shit. This is my jam.
Well, we're already hunting Slagpad from Tuesday, so we might as well hunt Wilbur from Wednesday.
Yeah. I will send the speech out to you so you guys kind of see everything that was said. Here's the freaking hilarious thing. Alistair and Alani didn't hear it.
Yep.
Alistair's gonna think they're crazy. I'm pretty sure
Yep.
there's a part of him who doesn't believe that Ymir exists. He's like, Siobhan is just losing her shit.
Yeah.
And gaslighting Nalani as a changeling.
Yep. You also didn't get silenced. So like if you guys even talked during that time, it would have been fine.
Yeah, we might have to start the session with their conversation, just chilling with the book.
There's some role play. Yeah, we need role play.
We haven't
got
even
it.
resolved the whole Nalani pointing an arrow at Siobhan or any
No.
of that yet.
That's old news, buddy.
None of that
Don't worry
has been
about it.
resolved.
That literally didn't happen.
It literally did
Kind
though.
of.
Kind of. In the weird
No,
tiny
it
wacky
did.
way.
It most definitely did.
It definitely did.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen twice.
Mhm.
Right.
It's true.
This
The
time,
thing-
Siobhan was
really
the one
want-
pulling her weapon on us.
We should
I'm
have
just
killed
kidding.
that guy.
And the thing is, Io can't respond to the whole arrow thing because he didn't know about it. So I'm like, I gotta be kind of like, wait, that happened? At least I didn't.
You do know
You-
about it from tonight. You do know from the shop.
Oh
I think
yeah,
Siobhan said it.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
well,
That's right.
I said I know two of them want to kill me now. I didn't say
Yeah.
like he
Mhm.
pointed an arrow at me during this incident. So I mean,
would say
maybe
there
Io
is-
thinks he's the one that she assumes. I don't know.
And
yeah, I think there's a little bit of a body language thing. I would 100% think that Io thinks that, but I think there's a body language thing with most likely Nalani, and well, I don't know. Nalani's probably always kind of in the. Yeah, it's up to how you guys want to. I don't want to run your characters for you, but gang, what a
It's gonna be awesome, Kiki.
what a session. Yes.
What the
What
fuck
a
is up with all of it, man?
I'm very glad that you guys so I'm very glad that you took this in a like what the fuck but a positive thing. Because it was like tonight was already so confusing that in my head I was like, is there a way that this like just goes on to next session? But no. And I'm glad you guys yeah.
What
So
the
to be
fuck was
clear,
with my dice?
yeah. Oh, 100%.
Mhm.
To be clear, I would say there's not much to read into that at this point as far as things that you guys would know, except for Alistair,
You didn't hear it.
Who wasn't
who didn't
there?
hear it. Who didn't hear it.
This is probably for the best because he just would have turned around and went hunting for a wombat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Um, uh, this is fun. I'm glad you guys like that. I was very excited to do that to you guys, to everyone. Cool. I see what you're. We'll handle it later. Evan, I see what you're saying, but I would say we're gonna figure out a way for that to not affect because that shouldn't happen for that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mentioned that the rules is written in the class. The fairy can only fly if they're not wearing medium or heavy armor. So technically I'm wearing plate, but yeah, like I said, we could figure something out. We could do a limit if you want, or we could just be like the other thing about that specific armor is that it's magic and it was made specifically to be lighter for Yori, which is why it has less AC than normal plate.
I'll say
yeah.
this would be a private conversation, but I think one thing that I think of at the top of my head right now is it is the question of who made it, and don't tell me right now. You could tell me privately, but
Cool.
because that might affect some things. So,
Okay.
we're already way over time, so let's. There's so much to talk about, but let's just do the kudos just because of it. And also a reminder, gang, we won't be here next week. So,
Yeah, okay. Fun.
yep. So, let's go ahead and do our. I'm still gonna say kudos today. I'll figure it out during vacation what we're saying. So let's go ahead and do our kudos. Let's start with. Let's do it in order. Let's start with Clinton.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed Jess getting to play Gwen. Like that was fun to see. I mean, it's somebody pulling all the threads on their little conspiracy board in one room tonight, so it was awesome. And I am really looking forward to hearing all about this voice.
That you all heard.
That everyone in the world heard, except for me and Nalani.
Mhm. That's like legitimately. I mean, I'm sure there's something that happened in some point somewhere in the. Because the way that I phrase is basically is all of Imea heard it.
Wow.
Yeah.
No.
But that's the known world right now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested. Just for the record, I'm very interested in what you guys think is going on. Because I would really.
I want to
just
read
be-
through the speech because I
Mhm.
feel like I missed some context.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was a very long speech,
Mhm.
and that was on purpose. Cool. What was I doing? I was doing something. Clinton.
Yeah.
Excited to hear about this. Yeah, got it. Cool. Sorry, gang. First off, I want to say I am very sorry for the confusion that I had on my end of handling some of those things there. I feel like I was probably a little bit slower today, so I apologize for that. There was a lot of stuff that was going on, so but that's
It's a
yeah.
long session
Yeah.
too, and a lot of stuff during the session. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And we added trigonometry and math and geometry
We
and
forgot to do the
I
don't even know
hypotheses
which
when we were
beauty.
chasing after.
True.
Yeah.
If you guys are going different
Yeah, Yori should
angles,
have
Yeah.
had like a dive speed at one point. And...
that's right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Cool. All right. So Jess.
I'm gonna give my kudos tonight to Mitch just for that whole tensors disc thing. Just like that was my favorite moment. I highlighted it. I noted the time. Like that is going in one of our clips because it was just the perfect reaction. He's like, "Well, what do you mean? Just make it do that instead. Like, use your brain." It was just. I'm still laughing about it.
That's so good.
So good. And as far as I'm looking forward to, like, there's so much, but I'm specifically interested in explaining all of this to Alistair. And I'm just going to come out and say it. I think you should let Gwen do it, you guys. But I'm not going to tell you how to play your characters. And I need to read through the script again to the speech, but just to see if it's tiredness or whatever. But Gwen was rolling her eyes so hard at this dude. So we're just gonna see how that goes.
I love it.
So
I love it.
she's just like, wow, what a pretentious douchebag. So let's see how that goes out.
Awesome. Very cool.
Quinn's got the Alistair chat. Nilani and Io and Siobhan still need to have their own chat.
That's true. That's a good space for that.
Gonna happen. Gwen still has some thoughts on the whole thing too, so it will all come out as this unravels. Look at job.
I wanted
tonight,
to give it.
guys.
Yeah, that was really this was great. I will say I did want to give a spot to be able to discuss if there was anything that was just truly like I don't understand about Brucelli, but based on time, I'm going to say just DM me.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that I will say I can't 100% tell you, but like because there was reasoning behind all of it. Just for the record, I wasn't like just screwing with you guys just because.
No, perfect.
So yeah. But yeah, so just feel free to have that conversation with me.
Oh yeah, Gwen is not going to forget the whole "he will absolutely fail if she's there" thing. Like that is going to be stuck in her head for a long time. So
yeah,
it's gonna be
that felt
juicy.
good. That knife twist felt really good. I'm sorry, it felt really good.
No, it was good.
It was
awesome. Cool. Dan.
Giving my kudos to Evan. I really like the moment where with Brucelli you get that really nice descriptive moment of him breaking down and going in on a little bit of faith. That was a really cool moment. Things I'm looking forward to. Honestly, it's kind of hard to answer because it was for me a very it's difficult to kind of put everything together at the moment. A lot of stuff happened.
Yeah, this is an unboxing episode. This is one that I will have to watch a couple times, honestly. So yeah.
Might actually have to suck it up and watch it.
Yeah, because I'm still trying to figure out even why we're doing like what's I guess the end goal with time travel and what's this going to lead to. I already know it's probably going to be in-game, a lot of in-game time IRL months before we know what's going to lead up to the speech. So, yeah, a lot to go through.
It depends. Like honestly, like just a peek behind the curtain. I'm gonna say this. Watch the end of Wednesday's nights. Because there's something else that happens. And it's pretty weird. Also honestly, you can watch all their faces like fall because they won their like 3 week long fight, and then this happened.
Oh boy.
And there's a reason for it, but I will say I didn't feel 100% good about it after rewatching it, but it made sense, and that's what makes sense. Cool. Yeah, awesome. Also, I can't get over the fact that I didn't think, I thought that we might get there with like the idea of like what was the whole point of that. But I didn't think Jess was just gonna be like, oh, that's what it is. Like not to, just
I'm
because that's such
sorry.
a ridiculous that's such a crazy jump to get to. But yeah, no, that was the reasoning on that.
I'll try not to do that anymore.
No,
Just kidding.
that was
Don't make
great.
no
That was
promises
great.
on that.
That's great. Hey, it makes my job easier than having to explain it. Cool. And Evan.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it to Clint. I just the moment when we were leaving and he and Alistair you know threatened God in, for Yori's sake, and I like that whole dynamic. He's been doing stuff like that, and also it's just like it's a cool moment. It's just like don't fuck that up or else I'm coming back. Yeah. So what I'm looking forward to, I'm looking forward to what's going on with Alistair, because we're apparently doing something with that, and that's going on. And then I'm really looking forward to what everyone's reactions to this whole thing was, because I feel like we're not a group that's like gonna be like, all right, let's go fight the voice in the sky, or let's go help the voice in the sky necessarily. But like, we got our own stuff going on. That was weird and obviously important, but also there's a wombat somewhere. So I
Yeah.
mean, I feel like Yori had this sense that it was going to be, this was a worthy story, like foe. And then it got to the point where he says that he's thwarted by a wombat. He was like, I can't follow or deal with a guy who's thwarted by a wombat. That's not a good.
I love that Jory and Gwen are like on the same page.
Yep. Yeah. That's
Sure.
exactly what I pictured, and like it is what it is. But that's my like that's my only thing with like. So the main person that is tasked, and there's a long story with that. You have to watch several episodes to be able to get to this point. But the main person that was tasked to end this being, from a council of things that happened, yeah, was Wilbur the Wombat.
I love it.
Yeah, which certainly sounds silly, but yeah, in a land of a dirty giant spider that talks and has talks in the back of his throat. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. Cool. Mitch.
So much tonight. Gwen, I felt like you played more, like it was fun with you in the thick of the action tonight at the end, especially. Like it was fun, like sitting back and watching you mix it up in the combat scene, imagining Gwen doing that, right? Like it just feels so reluctant in the Gwen that I know so far, right? Like I know there's another Gwen. So um that was super fun. Um, looking forward to, I think just we all learned a lot in that room, and just kind of dissecting that and kind of working through it. Also, I'm looking forward to role play with Clinton, hopefully towards the beginning of next time, and then talking to Kiki, and I think it'll be good.
It'll be good.
Yep.
It'll be good. I really I'm really surprised you didn't say the little sneaky title I gave you.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, that I highlighted that in my notes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on right now.
There is a lot going on right now.
There's a lot going on right now.
And I have a whole other week to make sure I can find new ways to mess with you guys.
Traumatize everyone.
Yeah, that's right. Cool. And last but not least, Kiki. I gotta stop saying that. I say that every time. I apologize.
Say what?
I keep. Don't worry. I kept saying I forget it. No, you're good. You're good. It's me. What do you want? No. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I really loved the way Dan played that interaction with God.
Brucelli?
Shelly.
Kelly, mine's stuck on Broomhilda now because I'm thinking about Wednesday group. Brucelli.
Mhm.
That was really great. I love learning, well, not learning anything. Getting more confused by Dan's character and the connection to the eyes and everything.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I'm looking forward most to rolling above a natural 5 on my physical dice next time.
Yeah, just imagine me giving you like the biggest hug because your face broke my heart. Like,
Yeah, I can't
That-
believe I didn't say that as like my favorite moment. Like
Oh.
that was insane. How many
that was that was
statistically
Will's
speaking,
100%.
yeah, like natural ones are fun, but that many in a row in one session is not
Are
fun.
It's
Not fun.
I agree. I agree.
I should be Will Wheaton. If only I made as much as him. Those natural ones would feel less painful.
All right, you need to do some sort of eldritch being cleansing tonight. Just
Right.
invoke the spirit of Taliesin Jaffe, and you'll be all set.
Yep. I think
Yeah.
just like bathing in some sort of animals like blood or something, you know.
Yeah, just go full goth tomorrow. Just wherever you go, just
I'll message Taliesin Jaffe on TikTok.
On
and be
Twitter.
like, please, I need your Eldritch God support on this.
I don't think the
Please.
man's opened Twitter in 2 years, but do it anyway.
Yeah, right.
Also, you should check out the session that this happened on, and also
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
But I'm actually looking forward to that talk with Nalani and Io because I think it really needs to happen still.
yeah.
Like the guy's alive,
Absolutely.
that's fine, but he died before, so that still needs to be discussed.
Yeah.
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 Go ahead.
Did I lose my boon because of that too?
That's a
since he
good
didn't die?
question.
We'll find out.
We'll find out, buddy. That would be a spoiler.
I do.
That's true.
My
Yeah.
concern really is, and I understand you're playing it different. You got a second chance at things, but you know how quickly things escalated with the other guy when he had your book, and I'm going to be holding on to your book for at least a solid like 10 minutes. And when you turn around, you will not see us. You will.
That's true.
Oh.
This is gonna
Nalani-
be
Nalani and Alistair are gone with your book.
this is gonna be a very interesting start to our session dynamics next week.
Well, actually, you don't even know. I don't know that you know Alistair has it. You basically told Nolani to take the book and go.
Mm-hmm.
That's
True.
true.
That's
You
true.
don't know
True.
where. Like Nolani could be like 15 miles down the road.
How I
Yep.
was thinking about it, I didn't think I'd initially freak out about it because I was actually kind of starting. I don't know. I'm like, especially after everything went down last week. I don't know if I jumped the gun on how I made IL react. So I don't know. We'll
Well,
see.
I think if I may argue, the more important point is that you know that you did.
You
Right.
So now you have more control or like have that.
As
you're
IO.
aware of it.
As IO, you know you did.
Right.
As
so-
IO,
so-
you know you did. Yeah.
and you also asked Nalani, who you trust way more than Siobhan for obvious reasons, to take the book. So you definitely are going to trust him a lot more naturally.
Well, also, the reason why I said Nalani in that case was I had interpreted Siobhan was already basically there. Nalani was closer. It was literally proximity. For I guess the way I was thinking about it.
Mhm.
But yeah.
That makes sense. I will say, as a DM, this is a point where I do want to give the little like sort of like nudge thing here. If the I hate to tell you guys this, but if the book can be held from your hands and possibly still be held, you guys could have just laid on it.
Yeah.
Like the weight of your body would for sure make that skill check.
I was
not
gonna make
existent.
that suggestion, but I wanted to see what was gonna happen with this whole
Yeah.
thing. Like,
I
When
wanted
you
to
said
put
you
it under a
stopped-
rock.
Yeah, when you said okay.
I was right there, kinda.
I'll put it under the rock that floats 3 feet in the air.
But why wouldn't you have just picked up a rock?
I don't know.
How many large
I
rocks
don't
do
know.
you find on the beach?
I don't know, Alistair. Just like figure it. Just use your brain. Just figure it out.
Alistair.
That was great.
Oh my gosh.
See, listen, we don't need to role play this next session. We just did, Nalani. Like, why? Why?
No, that was so good. That's so. It's.
I
so
always
funny
love
to get
Nalani and
mad at
Alistair,
someone.
so please roleplay next session. Please roleplay next session.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, it's gonna be a hard couple weeks, gang.
Yeah.
But we will get through it. Okay. Yes. I don't think I have anything else to say, so I will just say this: that I love you all very, very, very much. I hope you have an amazing rest of your week and the following week. And oh man, let's have that conversation with Nalani and Alistair next week.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
All right.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye.